dead next to the goblins if you'd stalled any longer.
My duty
Let me
is to
punch him.
this camp.
Let me at him!
Oh, God forbid you risk your precious tail. But I shouldn't be surprised. Foul-bloods ain't known for courage.
Oh, let me at him, 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 let me at him.
About to erupt.
Aim a blow at the human, try to knock him flat on his back. Oh, I have -1 strength, though. That's right. I believe in the heart of the cards. I believe in the heart of the cards.
That's that, I suppose.
Anything for you, baby boy.
Goblins have found us, no doubt.
Possessions belonging to victims of Hitch homes. Wait, what? Wait, when did my bearing update? Okay.
Kate, check this out. It's his hat.
Who?
H.H. Holmes.
You're gonna touch it?
You okay?
No! This fucking thing popped out of nowhere. See?
What is it? Some kind of animatronic?
Yeah, a fucked up looking one.
It can't hurt you.
It scared you.
It scared you twice.
Hey, Charlie, it's 8.
Can I go piss, girl? My knee! I feel a little good! Yeah, so the mattress is gone. What are you doing here? Can't spend money if you don't play the game. How's everybody's weekend? I totally forgot today was Saturday. I can't stop looking at my cleavage, I'm sorry. I don't often like wear low-cut shirts at streams and I can't stop looking. Like I don't often see my titties, so honestly, same. Sky, I love that for you. Am I your best friend? I almost said happy Friday, and I fear I would have messed up a lot of you guys. So I'm going to start off my stream with happy Friday. I'm joking. Happy Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Oh, Midnight was just going to come down here, and she's already walking away as soon as I started speaking. That's all right. Classic Midnight. Hates her mommy. All right. Hi, everybody. Happy Wednesday. I got it right. Whoops was first? Kaya! First, Saucy Plague. Not first, Kaya. Mwah. Saucy Plague. Mwah. Amaya. Mwah. Nutmeg. Mwah. Sushi Guy. Mwah. Spades. Mwah. Funk Ash. Mwah. YBZ. Mwah. Preston. Oh my god, I thought there was like a mark on him. It was a shadow. It scared the hell out of me. Marta. Mwah. Salta Loki. Mwah. English. Mwah. Happy Wednesday. English, I hope you feel better. I know the feeling. I hope you feel better. Hugs. Hugs. Hugs for anybody who wants a hug. Unless you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double and give to the next person. If I had a dollar for every time I've rewritten my CV. Okay, so I felt too dumb to ask. What does CV stand for? What is it? What does CV stand for? Curriculum vitae? I'm saying that right? An academic resume? No, I'm good. Nah, I'm good with not thinking. Not thinking has gotten me to where I am today, so. Just joking. Oh my god. Oh man, that sounds like ass. Happy Friday! I wish it was Friday. Real. How's everyone doing today? Happy Wednesday. Hey guys, did you see Pixel's YouTube video? You know what? You actually just reminded me. Oh my god, you're so hot for that. You actually just reminded me to update my new vid. New vid command. Oh, you're so hot for remembering that. R.E. William highlights part 1. Obviously, don't watch it if you guys don't want, like, Resident Evil spoilers. Charles, mommy's using her mouse. Jesus. New vid. Is that the right link? Yeah, okay, that's cool. We'll use that for the pin message of the day. For now. What's up, Goddess Dahlia? Honestly, I don't know how to say it in English because my brain says it how you'd say it in Latin, and I doubt that's correct. How do you... I'm gonna make you phonetically spell it in chat. I feel like I've heard the word before, and I heard them say vitae, but also I've heard people mispronounce words before. So, I wish I wasn't sick anymore. I wish you weren't sick anymore either. What's up, Shinobi? Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, you got the piercing? Wait, hold on. Don't tell me. I already forgot which piercing it was. Don't tell me. Was it your tongue? Was it the tongue piercing? I want to say, was it tongue? Nobody ever asked for curriculum vitae. It's always abbreviated to CV. Literally everywhere. The only reason I know is because I looked up recently. What do you need it for? Oh, Reaper! Hello? Thank you for the 49 months! Enjoy your 90... Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and egg. You're so bitch! Hope you're doing so good. Mwah! Boost being a cutie over there. Is he? Is he now? Cute as a button. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kids. CW resub. Holy 49 months, Batman. It would be Wittai. Oh. Because V makes a W sound in Latin, and W doesn't exist in the original Latin alphabet. Interesting. Your master's application sent to my recommenders? I'm so glad I dropped out of college. I'm so glad I dropped out of college. I'm good. All right, Charles. All right. You know what? If you ate your dinner, we wouldn't have this problem. If you ate your dinner, we wouldn't have this problem. Oh, you're so cute. You're right, Loki. He is being cute. Oh, you made me so cute. Gumpy horsey. Just DM Mira about how I wish it was, I was a tortoise because tortoises don't have to apply for masters and they just nom and hide from people all day. Oh, okay, yeah, so literally same. So they have the same lives, but they don't have to go to school. Got it. Or write CVs. I'm gonna call it CVs until I know how to pronounce it. Cayman! Mwah! Nikki. Mwah! Little ignorant. Mwah! Think of the forehead kissy. How do you feel, Goddess? I've heard that, like, I've heard that getting your tongue pierced isn't too bad, but, you know, everyone's different, right? Fun. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, you too, Shinobi! Shinobi, I hope you have a very happy Wednesday. Enjoy your day, my dude. I forgot to take my address off the box. Yeesh. Wasn't, ow! Okay, so it's like there's no swollen or anything, like you're good. You don't feel like you could like eat like a normal human, or I don't know. I've heard so many different like things, you know. So Google says the American pronunciation is Vitae. Vitae. Very unhappy. I prefer Vitae over Vitae. What's up, Newt? Newt. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. That tastes wrong. It's so funny. You guys keep me young and virile, submissive, and breedable. It's well struck an hour, but yeah, I can eat normally. No way. Well, damn. Good for you. That's awesome. Do you love it so far? Does it feel weird having like a thingy on your tongue? What's up, Panda Butcher? Panda Butcher, happy Wednesday. I keep wanting to say Friday, guys. I don't mean to make this all about me, but I didn't cancel stream today. I napped all day today. I slept all day today because I didn't feel like being alive today. So, someone be proud of me for not canceling stream today. Yippee! What's up, parrot? Caca! Mwah! Panda monster. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Thanks, Newt. I just, because I knew. You know why I didn't cancel stream? It's because of you guys. Because I knew that I would feel better as soon as I got on stream. I was like, why would I punish myself by not streaming? Oh, what's up, Denda? Hi, Shabby. Shabby. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See? Speaking of Shabby, I want you guys to vote for what game I'm going to play today. Can I help you? Don't wink at me. Don't wink at me, Buffet. Don't wink at me. What you doing? You have news. Good news, everyone. Day 169. Are you talking about? What are you talking about, Fawn? Because I know something that's day 169. What do you know? What do you know that I don't know? I can't see it. He's so cute. It hurts. Oh, are we jumping up? Oh, okay. Are you coming up? You want to say hello? Are we? Oh, we are. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Can't really read chat, but the walking. Oh, you are talking about mine. Okay, I was like what? Are you talking about my thing? Yeah. Today is day 170. I just haven't done it yet. I didn't work out yet today. Adorable pups. Thanks, Irish. Ugh. Sorry, can't really see chat. Boo is half cat. He really is. He really is. He's also super spoiled. And the only person you can blame is the parent. Hello, it's me. I'm the parent. Because I give him whatever he wants, whenever he wants. And so now he expects whatever he wants, whenever he wants. So my little bro is getting him and my Nintendo. No way! No way. So have you ever owned a Nintendo Switch before? Are they cheaper now that the Switch 2 is out? That'd be awesome if it is. Oh, who's good dog? Who's good dog? Is Charlie in your bed? Oh, that's why. Your brother's in your bed. What are you gonna do? I really want to give like a big lipstick mark. Really just want to put a big old lipstick mark on his forehead. I wouldn't though. I absolutely would. Hey, can you get down? Hey, can you get down? Mommy's gotta type. Mommy's gotta type things in chat. You gotta move. No, you gotta go. I'm sorry. Fist up. Thank you. I want you guys to vote for what game to play. So the most common pronunciation is Vitae or Vitae. Yes! You sent me down the rabbit hole. You're too autistic for this. No, first one, and on Amazon, they're like $2.99. Doesn't sound like a discount. Otaku! Mwah, think of the forehead kissy, but hey, you're getting one. And that's what matters. What games are you gonna get for it? Fawn with the treats. You enabler, Fawn. You are such an enabler. Alright, come and get your treats. Come and get your treats. Bitch, you were just here. Hi, Tiny Tiger! Tiny Tiger, happy Wednesday! Oh, Shamoy. Alright. Oh! And that's on those are on the Nintendo Switch? Did I just break a nail? What the hecky? What the hecky? I like chipped a nail. Okay. I had to fix that or else it was going to bother me for the entire stream. 1 week? Oh my god. And you're ready? Oh, good. What's up, Zombie? Zombie. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Loki, by the way, high-key, low-key, that Pikachu badge looks so good next to your name. With, like, your yellow name color. It looks so good. Nice. Oh, wait. No? They're not on the Switch? Wait, what? Hi, Cheeky! Cheeky. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, Cheeky, you are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Did you know that? Oh, thanks, Zombie! I'm glad, because a lot of people are calling me stupid and cringe and a lot of mean words, so I'm glad that you like them. A lot of people are not being very nice about them, but it's fine. It's fine. I am a fat, autistic woman on the internet. I am used to being called cringe and stupid and whatever else. What am I doing? A poll. Yeah, the shirts, it's fine. This is one of my favorite shirts. I haven't worn it in a long time, right? I haven't worn it so long. You want to shove an Unoverse in my face? In my face? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'll win this fight. Don't think you even have a chance. Excuse me? Yeah. Your posts are fun. The thing is, Salted Loki, if someone like Markiplier, Queso, Jacksepticeye, they post the exact same like kind of like mood and loudness and energy that I post, but that's weird that the men don't get criticized for their posts, but when a woman gets loud and excited about something, all of a sudden it's cringe. Yeah. Or why are you yelling? You know? So it's interesting. It's interesting, right? It's interesting. I write Loki, it looks so good. Do not kill the part of you that is cringe. Kill the part that cringes? Wait, I kind of love that. What the hecky? Hi, Lord. No, you. It's crazy how loud women are aggressive, but men, it's funny. Literally. You get me. Also, hi, Icy. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss, eh? You're a small bit of cringe. But yeah, I feel like we all have a little bit of cringe, right? But honestly, I feel like that makes our best better content creators. Cringe is a mindset. Love the shirt. Thank you. To be cringe is to be free. Oh my god, need that like on like a inspirational like tweet or picture or something. Also, hi Tinky, you are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. You know that? I love you. Also, Danny, mwah, think of the forehead goes, hey, Scrannel. Why is this application taking me longer than most research papers? Man, I do not envy people who go to school or are in school. That is it really fun to be cringe to be free? Oh my god, shut the front door. Ha ha ha! Tiny Tiger, I wish. They are intimidated by your big heart. Oh, you mean my big butt? I'm joking. Alright, I'm gonna make a poll, and you guys are gonna tell me what to do. Because why does Resident Evil Requiem have an update? I'm not gonna play it, but I am gonna. No, I'm not gonna play it right now, so I'm not gonna update it. But still, weird. What are we doing? What? Play. So Outlast Trials is gonna be up there because I really want to play Outlast Trials, and I'm hoping you guys do too. What else do I have downloaded? What was it? Cult of the Lamb. And then there's Kreisel, the Blumhouse game, where you reload your gun and you use like your blood as ammo to reload your gun. Play that game again. And what else could we do? What else do I have downloaded? I do have Marvel Rivals downloaded, but I don't really feel like in the mood to play that. Am I in the mood to play Dead by Daylight? Should I put Dead by Daylight on there? I'll put Dead by Daylight on there. But I'm hoping you guys vote for Outlast Trial. And then let's do one more vote. I don't know. What I have. So as far as the games I have downloaded right now, it would be either Quarantine Zone or No, I'm Not a Human. I guess, I don't know, Quarantine Zone. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do just 5 minutes. All right, you guys tell me what to do. You heard Really? Should I have put Marvel Rivals on there? What's up, Ash? Everyone say hi, Ash Nova. No, I'm Not a Human is so much fun. I just don't know if I'm in the mood for that right now. Kreisel is so good. I'm the one intimidated by your big butt. A lot of people are. Sights without light mode anger me. Yeah, I agree. Especially like when you're in bed on your phone and you open up something, you're like, egads. Tinky, I hope you're doing so good. Ash, I hope you're doing amazing. You guys are so hot and so tall, so talented. Hard choices. Oh, I gotta vote. I'm gonna vote for Outlast Trials. But you guys can vote for whatever you want. I'll play whatever you want. Says 100. Oh, did you? Oh, I saw you tweet about that. Oh, I'm so peanut butter and jealous. Can you leave him alone? I'm so peanut butter and jealous. Oh, how have you been doing? Goyle, I'm doing so... Ow! Oh, I gotta trim your nails. Oh, I have to trim your nails. Oh, no. Do you want to get trimmed right now, buddy? You just stabbed me right in my thigh. Right in my quad. You want to get trimmed? Nope. I know. Well, this is what you get for stabbing me in the butt. That's what you get. Oh, that's the one. That's the one that did it, isn't it? Ooh, crunchy. Crunchy. I know. Spin. Spin cycle. Spin cycle. Spin cycle. Alright, one more paw. All done. All done. Good boy. Good boy. You want a treat for that? You want a treat for that, don't ya? I don't ya. No, you fat ass. No, no. Go eat your dinner. Go eat your dinner. Come here. Come here. Oh, good dog. Okay, sorry. I really had to trim his nails. What's up, Ewok? Ewok, happy Thursday. I'm doing terribly, though, Tinky. Tinky, how are you doing, most importantly? Floppy, fluffy baby. He is pretty floppy, isn't he? I trimmed my dog's nails this morning. Ava fell asleep. I trimmed hers. Yeah, I can't trim my dog's nails without... he needs to be sedated, which is really unfortunate because that costs so much money. So, Charlie just has really long nails. I'm a bee lurking, but it's time for me to lay down. Oh, and Tiger Mask. Hey, English, I hope you feel better. Please take care of yourself. Girly knows how much migraines suck, so please take care of yourself. I hope you feel better soon. I fear a ADHD brain vacuum hyperfocus. I took it over. I did it in 4 days. I seldom play games off stream because I just don't have the energy or the time. And I actually played Requiem after our 9-hour stream on Monday. After our 9-hour stream on Monday, after I finished Requiem. Also, I'm not gonna spoil anything. Like, we're not gonna talk about spoilers or anything. This is like literally the most I'm gonna talk about Requiem. But I actually restarted the game because I wanted to try to work towards getting all the 100 achievements. But I played it for like 4 more hours after my 9-hour stream on Monday. So, yeah, I have a problem, and my problem can only be fixed with more Resident Evil Requiem. I need to learn how to handle things I'm intimidated by. Oh my god, Panda Monster. I'm gonna black out. I might be about to. Wait, what do you need left, Water? Also, hi, Water. Also, Jordan. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See? Yeah, happy Thursday to all of our future friends. Irish Queen, I had to. More Leon. No way! Outlast Trials is winning by 1 vote. Cult of Lamb has 5 votes. So... if we... Surprisingly, Dead by Daylight, only 1 vote. Creasel with 2, Quarantine Zone with 3. You fuckers just tied it. Are you kidding me? Because I was thinking we could do Cult of Lamb and Outlast Trials, maybe. We could do both of them. We could do a little bit of both of them. Oh! Cult of Lamb has 8 votes now! I'm still thinking we could do both of them. Damn. I'm thinking we do both. What do you guys think? What should we do first? Cult of Lamb or Outlast Trials? Should we start off with Cult of Lamb? And then finish the night with Outlast Trials? Because Outlast Trials is, like, super gory. What do you guys think? A clear on Insanity and finish within 4 hours. Ooh, finish Insanity in 4 hours. I'm joking. Tiki! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I need some Cult of Lamb screenshots for raisins. Wait, are you saying reasons, but in a funny way? Lapis, mwah, sweetie, mwah. Baba Penguin, hello, voices, mwah. Sweetie, literally know you. No, my need to do good at whatever I play will allow me to get the last achievement for Quarantine Zone. Oh, I haven't even looked at the achievement list for Quarantine Zone yet. I am completely in the dark on what the achievement list is. I've never even looked. I feel so dumb. I love it. I'm glad I figured it out immediately. Good evening, princess. Good evening, how are you loving your new PC? What's up, SNES? Why is everyone so hot and tall and talented and handsome? Also, SNES. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. If I've missed anybody's messages or kissies, it's because I don't know how to read. I dropped out of college. So, no one taught me how to read. Do you guys mind, before we get into the Cult of the Lambie, actually, let's change my stream title so I can remember to do that. We'll do Cult of Lamb and then Outlast Trials. Let me open up this box from G Fuel so I can pour some G Fuel. Spoiler alert, there might be 2 G Fuels I'll be trying today, so I have 2 G Fuels made today. I'm not going to drink both of them right now, but I'm going to taste this. Cult of the Lamb into Outlast Trials. Okay. Wahoo! Japan, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Zombie, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Well, we gotta remind me to check my G-Fuel order finally shipped. Which one? Which one? What's up, Japan? Thanks. Happy Wednesday/Thursday, depending on your time zone. It's best because it's the GOAT. Shut up. Gonna make some food? Please do. Everyone go feed yourselves. I had an Uncrustables sandwich earlier, so shout out to Uncrustables. Shut up, Zombie. I'm gonna ban you. One more bad joke and everyone's getting banned. So, if my calculations are correct, this is going to be my Fallout package, my Fallout box. Oh! Yes! Yes! So, we've already seen this before. This is nothing new. We've already seen that before when G Fuel gave us it earlier. This, and this is what I'm excited for. I would die for Uncrustable. I have strawberry Uncrustables right now. Code Kitten! It's just a restock, so I got more Sage Mode and replaced your My Hero Academia Shaker. No! You lost it. The thing is, you're gonna get your new one, and you're gonna find your old one. It is from Sinners, yeah. I love Sinners. I think Sinners was amazing. I think Sinners deserves all the flowers that it's getting in, like, the award ceremonies. Also, Ewok, thank you for the 3 stream streaky. Hello? Oh, really? And then... Would it make it, like, crispy? Thai Tiger? Can you not? What is this? Oh, no way! Oh! I thought this was trash. Oh, no way. So, alright, so I ordered, actually, fun fact, I did order these with my own money because I was scared that, Jasper, can you stop? I actually did order these with my own money. I already told this story before, but I'm gonna tell it again. I ordered this Fallout stuff with my own money, which is funny because, like, I never have to buy G Fuel because my G Fuel partner gives me, like, everything I could possibly ever want. But sometimes with big releases like Fallout, sometimes they run out of stock because they're so popular that everyone else and their mother, like, wants it. And I was like, I am not missing out on this drop, especially, like, teaser that, oh my god, I love you. And then my partner manager saw that I placed an order with my own money, and he refunded it, and he says, I don't like it when you spend your money on G Fuel. So I was like, oh. So he refunded my order, and, like, I still got it sent to me. So, Eddie, you're a real one. I love you. Thank you so much. You did not have to do that. You're so sweet. But I just thought it was so nice. Like, I didn't even ask for it. And he literally, like, went through my orders and saw that I had placed an order for it. So, shout out to you, Eddie. But I already own these. Because they were sent to me in the promo box that they sent me. And so now I have maybe to give away. Focus. Oh, wait. Okay, no, we're good. Here, let's see if this will work. You guys see them now? Nuka Grape and Nuka Cherry magnets. And someone said they're bottle openers. I'm not sure if that's true or if that's just the shape of it. I don't know. Someone confirm or deny if they are. Do you play Fallout 76? I wouldn't say I do play Fallout 76, but I have played... Oh, you scared me. But I have played Fallout 76. Also, what's up? Yup, happy Wednesday. So these are bottle openers. Sick. Okay, so maybe I could give these away sometime. So I have the Nuka Cherry one and the Nuka Grape one. I don't have, at least not that I know of, the Sarsaparilla. Oh, they did! They sent me this one too! No way! These were, like, allegedly supposed to be in limited stock. So I got this, the Root Beer Sarsaparilla one as well. So now I have extras of all 3 of these. So I could definitely give these away at some point. I don't know when or how or why, but I have them. And I have 2 pairs, and I don't need 2 pairs. So, well, that's sick. Okay, well, let's put these back, and let's start off with the unboxing! So this is Nuka Grape. which I'm super excited for. I love grape flavored things. And the only other grape flavor that I'm aware of right now is the Pixels potion that has no relation to me, but is a sour grape flavor. And look at this, the container, how it has, like, the stats, how it says, like, focus, reaction, endurance, and antioxidants, but it has, like, this, the SPECIAL, kind of, like, art. And then we also have Nuka Cherry, which also has, the similar art on the side. I'm most excited for a cherry, but, the real reason for why I wanted to spend my own money on this. Look at this. Look at this Pip-Boy shaker. I can't. Oh my god. Has your HP, your level, your stats, your AP. Oh my god. It says map and radio too. It is metal. It is metal. This is so cool. Oh my god. I kind of wish I had two. I'm never going to use this. On God, I'm never going to use this. Oh my god. I'm never going to use it because I need to keep it for, I need to keep it as a, what's the word? Like a collectible. This is so nice. Oh, I love it so much. God? What's happening? Slasher Bunny! Naughty. Naughty, naughty, naughty. Marshmallow! Rooster. Ah, they were the forehead kisses. I don't know why my... You said hi first, whatever! Oh my god, Slasher Bunny, thank you for the 5 gifted subbies! Guys, if you guys got gifted a sub, make sure you say, thank you. Thank you for getting a sub to Rad Candy, Alluring Simmer, that's Witchy, Eating Up, and Day Taters. Please let me know what color pussy you would like. I have pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. And I'll get that for you in a second. Slasher Bunny. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kiss. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. You did not have to do that. You're drinking a little cocktail I made about to boot. What are you drinking? Purple? I got you. I got you. Oh, the shaker's so pretty. Like, I don't know. I don't even want to put it away. I'm gonna leave it out. No. It's too pretty to be put in a box, right? Too pretty to be put in a box. I'll open this again too, just to show you guys, but we have done an unboxing for this before. I think it's already on my TikTok. It's a peach mango kinky instead of pre-made strawberry daiquiri. Okay, yum. Oh, you're gonna eat night taters? You're gonna eat taters? Marshmallow, I agree. Same. A strawberry peach mango. Oh my god, that sounds delicious. Here's the Sunset Sarsaparilla, the root beer shaker. Very, very cute. Also, metal. What's this made out of? Metal. And then we have the... This is stain sealed. I'm never going to drink this. This is the Sunset Sarsaparilla root beer flavor. I don't like root beer. I did drink the sample that they gave me, and it tastes just like root beer. So if you guys are root beer fans, you will love it. I, however, am not a root beer fan. So this is going to stay in its package forever. And maybe you guys can make me drink it, like, mixed with pickle juice or something. But otherwise, I'm never opening this because I just hate root beer. I think root beer's gross. Root beer, ginger ale, Mountain Dew, Sprite. Like, regular Mountain Dew, regular Sprite. Also, honorable mention, Baja Blast. Don't like that either. Yep, ordering that next go-around for sure. Wait, which one? The root beer one? I need all the shakers. Marshmallow. Ugh, this shaker. Oh, you're picky about your root beer? Oh, like, with brands? Like, what brand of root beer? I always want all the Fallout stuff put out. The Fallout stuff is amazing. There is a little bit of, like, damage on this box, and I know that G Fuel would, like, send me a new one. However, I already have. Here we go. Here's the one. I already have this from when they sent me the empties before. Because what G Fuel's doing recently for, like, their partners is that they're sending, like empty stuff for promotion to promote the stuff. So this is, like, an empty tub, and this is the full tub. And I'm not going to chuck this around. But, so these I'm going to use for, like, for decoration and for, like, collector's items. But I don't need a new box because I already have one. Not gonna bother them. However, we are gonna try both Nuka Cherry and Nuka Grape right now. What's up, Henbane? Oh, Henbane! Guess what came in the mail already? Your throne gift you got me. So I'm gonna open that after this, by the way. Barks. Oh, okay. I know that one. I know that brand. Dizzle! Mwah! Thank you for the 4 kissy. God, you have to stop.
To know not to be mean to you or you and number 39.
Are you kidding me?
LL? Now is your
Don't
chance.
be mean to me or I'll come. Giveaway has just started. Type join. No exclamation point. Salted Loki is not going to be typing in chat for the next 2 minutes. But type join in chat. Just JOIN, all one word. And you'll be entered into the giveaway. No exclamation point. No exclamation point. I mean, it won't matter if you do. It'll just type a command in chat. But you won't be entered. So just type join in chat. I was checking about email. I just got it in. Is there Nuka-Cola? That is the original flavor from Fallout. So there should be one. I don't know if it's still in stock. Okay. So anyways, while this giveaway is going, what the heck, Salted Loki? Thank you so much for giving away a long sleeve of Don't Be Mean to Me, I'll Come. I wish I was wearing that today. He's pillow boxing! The giveaway was rigged! Oh, you're so hot. I'm gonna read them out, chat. Oh, I need a X-Acto knife for this. That's why I get my dog to clean his feet with Charlie. Charlie's such a good boy. I tell him, wipe your paws. And he'll sit down and he'll let me wipe his feet. He's such a good boy. Boo's not as smart. Boo doesn't have that Malinois in him. You know what I mean? Oops, oops, oops. Well, good thing I have a collector's one because I just ruined that. Okay, that opened. Oh my god. If I do another one. Oh, you know what, Loki? Good call, good call, good call. Also, okay, Loki, you can do whatever you want. You could also tag the Discord because it's only 2 minutes. You could also tag the Discord before you start the giveaway because I won't see it because I don't look at my notifications except for the mod chat. So you won't like spoil it for me. Boo is sending good vibes to chat for the giveaway. Congrats, Lil Ignorant, on winning the Don't Be Mean to Me, I'll Come. Are you kidding me? What the heck? Thank you for the 100 bits. And Derpy, thanks for my daily dose of dickies. If you want, Loki, you can also just save your money, buy yourself something nice. Oh wait, what did you get as a giveaway that you actually won? What was it that you got? Was it a hoodie? Boo was doing a drum roll for a winner. Shut up. That is so funny. To choose your character. That's right. You know what? I actually almost wore that shirt yesterday. Also, everyone say hi, Dirtface. Dirtface, how are you doing? Happy Wednesday, my dudes. Okay, don't check your snap then. All right, I won't. You're right, I won't. I haven't checked my snap in a while, so. You can do announcements. Announcements is good. Don't be nice to me, I'll come. I think the winner was Don't Be Mean to Me, I'll come. Also, Derpy. Mwah. Batorti. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I am currently gonna do a first impressions taste test of the Nuka Grape and Nuka Cherry in. I did pick 2 clear ones on purpose so I could remember which one was which. Oh, kind of see the scooper. Whoa! Holy smell, Batman. So I've said this before, that sometimes the powder smells really, really good, and sometimes the powder smells really, really bad. But it always tastes good. At first it was giving Play-Doh. It's still kind of giving Play-Doh. So, it doesn't smell great. It smells like Play-Doh. But, oh. Now it's given a little bit of a Tootsie Pop. Interesting. Well, I'm very interested to try Nuka Cherry. All right, well, we're going to do Nuka Grape first because the scooper's more available. I just made a mess. Oh, let's smell it. Oh! Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah. That's a good smelling one. This smells just like a grape Tootsie Pop. Holy! Oh, you know what? I'm thinking I'm going to love the grape. I was very excited about the Nuka Cherry, but I'm thinking Nuka Grape just by that smell alone. I'm thinking is going to be really heckin' good. All right, so let's do that. And then let's get the cherry. It's still giving Play-Doh. I mean, I'm autistic. I've eaten Play-Doh before. So. All right, Nuka Cherry. All right. Now it smells a little bit sweeter. Smells less like Play-Doh. Ooh. All right. Whoa, they look so pretty. Oh, I'm so glad I did clear ones. I'll catch up on chat in a second. I promise. Let's do the grape one because that one just smelled really, really good. All right, so this is first try 2.0 formula Nuka Grape. Oh, please be good. Please be good. Please be good. Yes! Oh yeah. It tastes just like a grape Tootsie Pop. Yes. Oh, I'm coming back for you. All right, so now we gotta try Nuka Cherry. Oh, all right, gotta get. I wish I had like the coffee beans like sniff in between this. All right, Nuka Cherry. Please be good. Please be good. All right. It doesn't smell like Play-Doh anymore. That's good. Oh. Hold on. What candy does that taste like? Jolly Rancher. Cherry Jolly Rancher. Mmm. Grape Tootsie Pop, cherry Jolly Rancher. Verbatim, exactly. Oh, that's good. I don't know what to drink today. Grape. I'm gonna go with the grape. I'm gonna drink the grape today. I'll drink this, I don't know, after I'm done working out later. Or maybe I'll go back and forth between them. Also, if anybody missed it, here is the Pip-Boy shaker that I'm never gonna drink out of because I need to keep it perfect for a collector's item. G Fuel, thank you so much for this. You guys are the best. I love you. Use code KITTEN for 30% off. I don't know why my code is still 30% off. I don't know why everyone's code is 30% off. But I love it. So, shout out to G Fuel for the free shit and for the discount code. Yippee. Sorry, I was recording that whole time. Hope you guys all said hi, YouTube. I didn't tell you guys I was recording. Sorry. I don't know. What do I do with these? What do I do with them? I'm gonna send them down. Also, Raven, I saw you were here. Hi, Raven! Sorry, I just burped. Sorry, I just burped again. The Essential Irish Queen with the astrology sign check. I'm a Libra. What are you guys? Mira, mwah, Beth, mwah, Devilicious, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. The cherry one is so good. And then I also got the bottle cap / magnets, another set. So we'll find some way to give these away to you guys because I don't need 2 sets of these. Duncan! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kiss. I escaped my house and responsibilities work. Oh, good for you. Honestly, so good for you and so happy for you. Very good for you. Scorpio, Capricorn, Virgo, Taurus, Sag, Leo, Scorpio, Leo. And shout out to Shaker. I'm gonna order them for the hobby. Oh my god, Marshmallow, you are a good, very good partner. Gemini, Capricorn. Oh, what's up, Vicky? Yay, Squirtle. Boo is so hyper right now. So this is the most activity that you've probably seen Boo give on stream in a long time. Wait, Beth, I do kissy for you? Beth, mwah. A 5-minute warning. Are you gonna do another one? Because I will ban you, Loki. I was trying to respond to Drew was letting it send. I didn't know there were IRL shinies because I couldn't tell the color difference. Derpy, stop. That's so funny. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference anyways. Right, who here hasn't eaten Play-Doh at some point, right? What's up, Seek? Oh my god, everyone say highlights camera, Seek. Oh, and then there was a question about Nuka-Cola. There is a Nuka-Cola flavor. It's just one of the older flavors. But there is a 2.0 flavor, or variation of it, so there is a new formula of it. Also, Willie, I hope you're doing so good. Wait, how many days to your birthday? Like a week to your birthday, right? Loki, what if I just ban you? Wouldn't that be crazy? You haven't? Well, you're missing out. What's up, Moonfire? Guys, everyone tell Moonfire how hot and talented and handsome he is. God, your whole fit that you were wearing on your stream the other day. So handsome. You look so good. What do you mean that's silly? Tarot. Oh, a tarot pull. Oh, what would I do without you guys? I totally missed the tarot pull. I feel like this is my, like, emotional support shaker. Like, I have emotional support Leon, but I have emotional support Fallout now. I love it so much. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Present emoji. Have you always wanted to tell people and number 34, Don and number 39, T be mean to me or I and number 39, LL come? And number 34, now and number 39, S your chance to get a long sleeve T2.
What? Vicky, try it again without the exclamation point, just in case. I'm not sure if the exclamation point works. So try it without. Yeah, okay, it does it like, oh, okay. I gotcha. I was like, what is 34 to 39? 5 days until your birthday and only 19 days. Oh my god. And you had a little bro hangout, right? How was your hangout, Willie? Loki, thank you so much for giving away was this another long sleeve? Another don't be mean to me or I'll come long sleeve. Thank you so much. Also, Derpy, thank you for the 7 stream streak. You are so good, Vicky. Vicky happens all the time. W Loki? It's wintertime? That's fair. I actually just realized how cold I am right now. Oh, also, Lil Ignorant, if you can hear me right now, you still have to... Actually, Lil Ignorant, are you here right now? It's okay if you're not. But I didn't see the notification go through of you redeeming your free thing, so I'll make sure that you get it. Cashly Cat! Cashly Cat, you are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. What's up, Raiders? What's up, Colleen Kane? I hope I'm saying your name right. Welcome in. Oh my god, everybody go follow Cat right now. Who is playing Fire Red, Leaf Green? All right, tell me who was your starter? Who are your favorite Pokemons? Tell me everything. Guys, go follow Cat right now. Truly an incredible human. Incredible creator, too. The hangout had to get rain checked. No! I'm sorry, but at least you have something to look forward to. Mad-Eye! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. No way! Moonfire won the giveaway! Let's go! Congratulations, Moonfire! Yeah, Squirtle. My starter for Leaf Green is Bulba. And my favorite Pokeball type is Dragonair! Okay. Shiny or regular Dragonair? Also, Casually Cat. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. Hey! Also, thank you very much for the shout out. Welcome in, Raiders! My name is Pixel Kitten. We are about to be playing some Cult of Lamb. I know, I'm doing like my pre-stream 1 hour yap sesh before I get into the game. But we are opening up some stuff from G Fuel, and then I have a throne gift I need to open. And... oh, Lil Ignorant, that's what I was gonna say. So there should have been a link. So if you click that link, I think even the one that Moonfire has, Lil Ignorant, I think that should work. If you click that link, only you can prevent forest fires, but only you can like redeem your win that you received because it's tied to like your Twitch account. But make sure you click on that link to redeem your free shirt. Because I didn't see a notification go through that you redeemed it. So I want to make sure that you get your free shirt. Yeah. Thank you. Can we get some W Salted Lokis in chat for those giveaways. That is way too kind for you. Of you. For you. But seriously, thank you so much. Also, enjoy your Lurky Turkey Turkey! So, Salted Loki, thank you so much. Tell the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. You do not gotta be doing that, Loki. I'm gonna kiss you in the mouth. What? W. Pepper Thor. Enjoy your Lurky Turkey Cheeky! Also, thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Alright, so someone redeemed it. I don't know if it was Moon or Little Ignorant, but someone redeemed their giveaway. So, yippee! Oh, why is my chest tight? Like, it feels like I worked out, but I definitely didn't work out my upper body, but feels like it. But, everybody go follow Casually Cat. Please go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, Namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Please get your post-stream self-care. I know how exhausting streaming can be, so please go take care of yourself. And thank you so much, Lorraine. You could have rated anybody when you came here. What is happening? Also, a Melodol. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yes, please do, Kat. Thank you so much. Mira, I slept for like 20 hours today. What is happening? Little Ignorant, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Also, thank you for reminding me that I still have to get a purple pussy for Slasher Bunny. Little Ignorant, thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Strawberry Pops, Redneck, Caution Beware Hazard, Kilana Ant, and Tally Craze. If you guys got gifted a sub, make sure you say thank you. You did not have to do that, Ignorant. You are way, way too kind. I'm going to start kissing you all on your foreheads. Stop being nice to me. Welcome! But please let me know what color pussy you like. If you like pink, orange, yellow, green. Oh, there it is. Blue or purple. For the wall. Damn, Doka. Do you want a cat one or a dog one? Oh, the sweatpants. Oh my god, I love those. I think me and Jet. Someone. Is it Jinx? Jinx might be the other one that has them. Alright, I got you, Doka. No, I didn't. I forgot the tarot pole. I did not do the tarot pole. Thank you very much for reminding me. But let me know what color pussy you like. Thank you for reminding me, because I did forget that. Guys, I don't know how to... No, thank you. Thank you. I think it was Icy redeemed that, right? Matt, I did give you a kissy. Matt, mwah. Sorry. I'm so behind today. I don't know which G Fuel to drink. Diggy, diggy, hole. Diggy, diggy, hole. Damn, Doka. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Slasher Bunny. And you guys know what kind of kitty it's gonna be. What I do... was it you that redeemed the tarot pole? I don't remember. Oh my god. These derp cats are my favorite. I had to drive home from work. Did I miss the giveaway? Yes! Yes, you did! I'm so sorry! I'm very happy, Danny, that you did not drive on your phone. So thank you for choosing safety over giveaway. Problem child! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss you. Oh, I should probably show you guys the cat. There you go. Slasher Buddy, thank you for the 5 gifted subbies! Pretend this is focusing. Just pretend. I don't know if I like this camera setup, guys. I don't know if I like it. It's fine. 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 I'm just too lazy to fix it. It's purple! But Little Ignorant, let me know what color kitty cat you like for the wall. If not, I'm going to pick yellow for you. But you choose. Alright. In the meantime, let us do a tarot pull, and then we'll open up the game. Oh, green? I got you. I got you! A green kitty. Our first green kitty of the month. Oh, you are totally fine. Oh, you actually reminded me that I need to do doggy treats, too. Oh, my God. What would I do without you guys? I'll start posting announcements 5-10 minutes out in Discord. That's really sweet of you, Loki. They need to restock. Oh, really? What, is it like all the crops? All the crops? I haven't even looked at it. Can I help you? Can I help you? Can I help? Can I help you? No, no. I made eye contact and I've engaged. Oh my god. Oh my god. I feel like these cats are getting more cursed every time I do them. But I love them. They're my cursed kitties. Oh my gosh. Okay, well. I hope you love it. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subbies. What the fuck? So cute. I love him. Someone's got to. Oh my god. Alright, so this is from... Damn, Doka. What are you gonna do with all that? What are you gonna do with all that? Yeah, now you're jealous. That's what I thought. Are we really? Oh my god, what's up, Celestial? Crop tops are amazing. I agree. I agree. I actually haven't even opened up the game yet. I'm such a bad person. Put up a fight. Alright, so I think after this... oh. Charlie said, wait! Wait for me! I heard crinkling! Wait for me! Oh, okay, okay. Good doggy. Good doggy. Heard that crinkling all the way upstairs. Celestial Nightcat. Happy Wednesday / Thursday. Depending on your time zone. Also, I got the hoodie shipping. No way! Oh, hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Is it a zipper or a pullover? I don't remember. A cup and a hat and a hoodie! The hat is the beanie, right? Why was there a card backwards? Why was there a card backwards? Is this what we're pulling? Is it... Oh, I guess this is the card we're pulling because it was backwards. Death, by the way, in the upright position. We had pulled this either on Monday or on Saturday, but it was in the it was in the reverse position, so it's in the upright position. Death. Change is incoming. You may need to let go of an unhealthy relationship. One major phase in your life is ending, opening the door for new beginnings. Let go of uncertainty and allow yourself to start anew. Death is a good card. Yeah, I think a lot of people fear death, but, I mean, literally fear death. But I think a lot of people fear the card death, but the card is actually good, right? Kiki! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Really icy. Stop playing DBD, obviously. Torvis never stopped playing DBD. What's up, Mav? God, I hope change is incoming. Yeah. Change, rebirth, new beginnings, transformation. I missed a message. Hold on. Oh, well, okay, I lied. The Aussie do. Wait, what did you lie about? Everyone has access to Poco, Pia, or... Oh! That's the new Pokemon game, right? That's coming out, like, tonight or tomorrow or today or something? No, thank you for that. Oh, Problem Child! I hope you're doing okay. Hello, Problem Child. Gives me hope for my appointment tomorrow. I'm sending you all the love that I can possibly send you. That USPS will allow me to send. What's my necklace of? It is not a Dead by Daylight charm. It is a Clefairy necklace that I made. I make them on my Etsy store. But a lot of people tell me that it looks like a Dead by Daylight perk. And I can see it too. I totally see it. But it's a Clefairy. It's the first necklace I ever made. And I made it for me as like a test to see if it would even work. And I think it's like it's one of my top 5 selling items. I don't think it's top 3. But I think it's one of my top 5 selling items in my Etsy store. Oh, it comes out on the 5th? Oh, okay. So tomorrow for me. It's your birthday! Lex, happy birthday! Oh my god, everybody say happy birthday to Lex. What were you doing for your birthday today? Or what do you have planned for your birthday? Happy heckin' birthday. Yeah, a lot of people, I mean, it makes sense to think, like, me and my channel, to think that this defaults, and plus it's purple, to DBD, but it's just a Clefairy. If you had your own DB perks, what would they be? I actually don't know. I would have to give some good thought to that. Oh, this emote is so cute, Icy. What the hecky? This is so cute. Oh, is this Lexi Charms? Oh, that is adorable. That's a really cute emote. Happy birthday! Oh, okay, you know what? I'm gonna open up the game. Was there anything else I want to do? Oh, I wanted to take a shot, too, because we've had so many freaking gifted subs today. What am I playing? Oh, Cult Lamb. I was like, what am I doing today? What a sensation. Ha! Kiki, please, God, no. People will purposefully tunnel me just because it's me. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Lex. Mwah, mwah. 2 kissies for birthday. Ooh, there's a Zorua in chat. What is happening? Peppa B, thank you so much for the raid. What is happening? Thank you so much. Why is everyone being so nice to me today? I'm gonna start banning people. Ha! My brother's out of balls. Yo, Peppa, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Also, Draconia. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. Ever go follow. Peppa B. How was your stream? Phasmophobia. Oh, wasn't there like a new... Actually, Rock Dude, it just came in today. I was gonna text you, but then I didn't. Bye, Lex. Lex, enjoy the rest of your birthday shenanigans. Have a good day, Lex. I just got it today. But how was your Phasmo? It was a new or upgraded map or something, right?
Pixelby is born now.
Peppa. Really? Yeah, I got all my stuff today, Rock Dude. You can come over tomorrow if you want to see it, or if you want to pick it up, or I can wait till Sunday. Oh, I won't see you Sunday. You might just have to wait. Tanglewood, that's the one. Yeah, Tanglewood update. Peppa, thank you for the 9 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub batch. Oh, that's right, Saturday. I forgot we're not streaming on Saturday. I forgot. Yeah, okay. I'll bring it Saturday. Thank you so much for 9 months. What the hecky wacky? W raid, huge raid, W resub. Everybody go follow Peppa. Peppa, please make sure you get your post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nammies, and bevies. Go eat, go peek, go poo, go stretch, go drink. We are about to play some Cult of Lamb because, I don't know, why the French toast not? You guys wanted me to play it? I love playing it. And then if I have time, / if you guys want, we'll swap over to Outlast Trials because Outlast Trials is also what some of the game you guys wanted to play as well. I think I am now no longer a hater of Phasmo. Oh my god, Aster Plan, I'm so sorry. I still hate Poppy. Oh my god, I still need to play Poppy's Playtime. I need to add that to my schedule. I keep forgetting to play that because I've only played the first free chapter, but I haven't played any other chapter following that. But you still hate it. But I think I'm now no longer a hater of Phasmo. Is it hater because it's a scary thing, or is it just like you just don't like the game? Phasmo's Bomb Diggity. I haven't played Phasmo since, well, it has been that long. It was like with Mad Eye and Duty Beard and his friend. Really? The jump scares and puzzles? Gotcha. Phasmo's too slow for me? I don't blame ya. It's not something I could play for a long time. But I do enjoy... I think I enjoy more playing with people, though. Wait, like, at all, Torvis? Like, even, like, restarting or uninstalling? You should get your money back for that. Phasmo's so fun. Oh! Okay, someone redeemed it. Cum shirt? Yeah? What are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about the announcement. I'm assuming. Hold on. Let me see what the announcement says. Hold on. Oh, did you delete it? Oh, no. I see it. Do you mind if I delete this message, Loki? Now that it's over? Go ahead. Okay. We should delete it, right? So, Panda Pants Bar, do you know that that merch that I have that says "Don't be nice to me, I'll come," or "Don't be mean to me, I'll come"? Salted Loki gave away some shirts from my merch store for it. Shut up, Rock Dude! Don't ask your stupid opinion. That's my brother. I could be mean to him. I'm gonna raid and run, have fun. Oh, no, you're totally fine. Thank you so much, Peppa. Please get your post-stream self-care. Truly, thank you so much for the raid. There's a point in the game which sends me flying to the air through the map, and I can't come back down every single time I play that one area. You should definitely get your money back, because that is not okay. And those chapters are not cheap. That's true. That's true. Okay, so we'll just delete them after the giveaway's done. Yeah. You don't know that merch? There's, what? There's crops, which are the ones that I own. There's long sleeves. And I don't know if there's hoodies of them. I don't know. I need to get off this scene, by the way, because this scene is, like, starting to hurt my brain. You guys will see in a second. I just gotta change scenes. This is on Resident Evil still. Cult of Lamb. It's, like, hurting my eyeballs. Oh, my God. It's just so bright and aggressive. Gherkins Jerkins! That's it, right? That's the one we're doing? Oh my god. Oh, hey! That really hurt my eyeballs. Oh yeah, a lot of people don't know that they gotta click on all products. Oh. Oh my god. So the last time, there was a time where we tried to open up, where what was it? It was like my 12-hour stream where I opened up Cult of Lamb and it crashed my whole PC. I got scared for a second. Let me take a shot really quickly as a thank you for all the gifted subs. What do I have here? I have like little shooters here. What do I have here? You know what? No, I'm not gonna drink those. Those are like really bad liquors. I don't want to drink those. What do I want? Malort? Okay. I could do Malort. Twist my arm. Let's get the sparkles. Sparkle, sparkle. It's a really dirty shot glass. I need to get a clean one. It's fine. The alcohol will kill any germs, right? Ew! Alright. Cheers. Thank you guys very much for the... Oh my god, Panda Pants. That is like one of my favorite things. I also have the stickers that I made for those. Because that was like one of the first things I drew on my iPad. When I... Oh god, back in like 2019 or 2020? When I was first making those stickers for my Etsy store. That was like one of the first things I drew on my iPad. But yeah, the Gay Boy. I wear the long sleeve of that sometimes. Gay. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. Also, cheers. Thank you guys very much for all the gifted subs, all the merch giveaways, the bits, the resubs, the raids. Thank you guys very much just for being here and hanging out with me. Truly. Yum. You know what? You know what's gonna make that taste better? Grape. Oh. Does not taste good with Malort. That does not taste good with Malort. That does not taste good with Malort. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Alright. Well, we're traveling. Midas's Cave? Smuggler's Sanctuary? While I was getting gas this morning, I went into the little shop to pay for gas, and the dude working in there said, "Thank you for coming in, sir," or "ma'am." He panicked and short-circuited. I get all the pronouns today. Oh my god. Oh Jesus. When I was working retail, I would just, because people would get so offended. Like, a giant burly, I don't mean to, like, assume people's genders, but, like a middle-aged white boomer man will come in and I'll say like, "Oh, hello, sir," and like, "Welcome in," and they'll be like, "Don't call me sir. My dad was a sir." And it's like, "Okay, well, I'll just call you ma'am then." And they would get so offended because they were trying to like be like funny, but you know, they peaked in high school or they just never peaked at all. And I would say like, "Oh, welcome in, sir. How are you today?" And like, "Oh, don't call me sir. My dad's a sir." And I just read the mod chat, and oh, I just saw that, and I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'll just call you ma'am," and they would get so mad, and they would have nothing to say after that. It's so funny. I hate being called ma'am. I don't know why. Like AFABs or women don't like being called ma'am. I have never personally been offended of it. I don't know what the offense is, but I'm not here to judge on like what people do or don't get offended by. But I don't understand getting offended by ma'am. Like, especially if you like, I understand if like that's not your pronouns, but like my pronouns are she, they, and like if I get called ma'am, I don't understand it. But I don't know. I usually say, don't call me sir, call me daddy. Shut up! See, that would be funny. Panda Pants, I would respect that so hard, and that would make me laugh, and that would probably give you my employee discount. But, people would get so offended. It's so funny. Please look around. You're my guest here. I will leave you to peruse. Should you have any questions, Midas is here to help. So, this is kind of sad. Oh. Why was that a sad... What was a sad sound? Like, this just... all these people look like they're dead. A sacrifice follower? I want to see what happens. We're sacrificing somebody. For me, it's a personal issue from my past, but I really don't care. I just know it's respecting. That's fair. Like I said, it's like I'm not gonna judge someone for like what they do or don't get offended by. Like people have their own reasons, right? But I don't know. I know a lot of people. It's like how a lot of people don't like the word moist. He's going to sacrifice himself. No, you can't. There must be another way. Oh, Henbane, I did it! Oh my god. I knew it. I knew I was forgetting something. Oh my god, Henbane, thank you. What would I do without you? Oh my god. Yes, this is it. Okay. Oh, what would I do without you? Thank you so much. So this is a gift from Henbane from my throne wish list. Oh my god. And it's a mini replica of Sting from The Hobbit / Lord of the Rings, because it was in both films. Oh my god, look at it. It's so dope! I'm so curious if it's gonna have like the indents on the... It does! No way! It has the elven text on the inside. How sharp is it? Oh. Oh. It's not sharp, but it's like jagged. That's no way. Like, a lot of, like, replicas won't have, like, the elvish text on it. This is so cool. Why is it so small? What do you mean? It's supposed to be, like, a letter opener. It's supposed to be, like, a letter opener. Also, I just realized that being in this menu does not pause the game. So, we're just going through the days. But, this is so dope. Henbane, thank you so much. It's like a letter opener. I think I'm going to keep it on my kitchen table, because I do open a lot of letters. That's a shake? That's Sting! That Sting. Wait, what is happening? Bravo Penguin, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Hobbit size, exactly, Henbane. If I was Hobbit size, this would be perfect. What's up, Ben? Ben, happy Wednesday. Also, Haku. Mwah. Trans girl next door. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. They said thank you, Pookie. Oh my god, I would love that. I would love if someone said thank you, Pookie. I would love that so much. Penguin. Penguini. It glows with orcs or goblins on there. This is really cool. Henbane, thank you so much. You spoil me. That's true, Panda Pants. Pew, pew, pew. Not sure if it is a real sword. Looks more like a letter opener, doesn't it? Shut up, Ballad. You don't know anything. Panda Pants party! Mwah. They go for a kissy. Imagine if it was full-sized. I think I do have a full-size version of a Sting sword. However, it doesn't have, like, the elven text on it, though. Thank you so much. I love this so much. I want to keep this on my kitchen table, though, I think. When I open up my letters. What was I about to do? Oh, Swolder! I completely missed you. I'm so sorry. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, with a broadsword, I actually have a couple, but they're all upstairs. What was I going to do? Oh! Okay, you know what if I just take another shot? JK. Oh. Your sacrifice is worth it. Thank you. I don't know, Ewok. I don't know. It's been a while. This is really sad. Oh! Oh! I could, like, disappear in your Glussy. That stands for gold pussy, by the way. Yeah, Raven, they killed you. That's crazy. Y'all are bad people. Trans girl, thank you for the 3 stream streak. This is mean we're dating. Oh, no, JK. I read your message. Let's do. Let's see. Where is everybody? Oh, y'all are hungry for whatever reason. What do you want? What do you want? Mad Eye will not give up their games. I fear you must take care of them permanently. Sacrifice them. Kill Mad Eye. If I decline, I lose 25 faith. Last time Mad Eye... Oh, that's alright. All's fair in love and war, because now I get to kill him. Grassy gruel? Alright, let's take some grass. Y'all are some hater baconators. Oh, there's Mad Eye. Do you guys see him? He's right there. Oh, yeah, he's the blue monkey, right? I can't kill him right now, though, because then people will be mad at me if I do it for some reason. For some reason, people get mad when I kill people, like, in front of God and everybody. Weirdly. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, who's old? Who is this? Cake Pews? Okay. Let's see. Let's make some gold bars. And let's make wooden planks. Okay. This is full of poop. Perfect. Full of poop. No, because I'm dead again. Oh my god. Wait, can I make you guys, like, pick that? Hold on. Can you interact? Extort tithes? Yeah, give me money. Wait, hold on. Imprison. Give gift. Inspire? Oh, I'll inspire you. Yeah, what do you want? So I can't, like, make you go take care of my garden? Yeah, I don't know, Panda Pants. I don't know. Thank you so much, Henry. You did not have to do that, but I'm very, very grateful. Thank you so much. I love it forever. People are still hungry. Why? Why don't you guys eat food? I don't know if I have anybody right now. No, no one's popping up. Why are you guys not eating? When it becomes night, I'll murder Mad Eye. But let's do, I don't know, a sermon. You guys can hear the game okay, right? Is it too loud? Too quiet? Holy. Yeah, sure. How will they know you mean business if they don't give... Oh, okay. 10 out of 10? Bobble Penguin, that's you, 10 out of 10. Speaking of you, Bobble Penguin, do you have a preference for what alcoholic beverage that I have? Malort, rum, vodka?
Pick Whitney.
Biggie Balls? Belief in materialism trait. All cult members will gain the materialistic trait. Gain faith when building better sleeping quarters. Belief in false idols trait. All cult members will gain the false idols trait. Gain more faith when placing a decoration building. Pretty Pickles. Which one is that? I'm gonna take a shower. Oh, because I'm actually disgusting right now? I doubt it. I doubt it. What do materialism or false idols? Well, let's do 1 minute. I don't really put decoration down. Malort, okay. I was gonna ask if it was Malort, because that's the one that has glitter, but also the Pink Whitney also has glitter in there. So thank you for picking Malort. Also, Sunny, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. Cool. Well, I got time to do this now, because we got a Minoto. Guys, happy Wednesday. I haven't done my midweek check-in. Guys, midweek check-in. How's everyone's week been so far? And what are we looking forward to this weekend? Anything. Oh, also a reminder, I will not be streaming this Saturday. I have an event with my family on Saturday, but I'm not sure if I will do an extra stream on Sunday yet. So it just depends. So keep an eye out on the Discord or your Twitch notifications if I just go live on Sunday. We'll see. Materialism sounds good. Ooh! I do have a family. Your lower back is killing me. Oh, do you know why? I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better. Ugh. Focus while on cage. Run to instantly return to base. Oh, okay. So I can, like, damage dealt increases after each kill, but resets when hit. Oh. Curses deal double damage and cost half the fervor, but melee weapons damage. Oh. Gain a disease heart every time a tarot card is drawn, but become poisoned after taking damage. Why would I want any of these? Draw 4 tarot cards start of the run, but none can be drawn after. All hearts are replaced by 1.5 times the amount of blue hearts. I'll do this one. Because this is the only one that seems like it's not going to bite me in the ass. What's up, Berlia? I gotta be dead right in here? I don't... There should be a way to, like, to see a list of whomst is still alive. Also, I gotta see something. Settings. Is there a way that I can, like, accessibility? Where's the cheats one? Where's the cheats? Stop time on Crusade. Oh, I did that already. All right. Well, never mind. Never mind. There are not enough beds for your followers. Oh, did a bed may have died. Ah, there it is. Oh, all these beds died. Okay, I'm seen. Sorry, homies. I still need to kill Mad Eye. Weak sleep schedule completely obliterated. Wishing I wasn't at work, but it's okay. Damn, see, that's cheeks. I'm sorry. Oh, you can change the direction? Oh, that's cool. Wait. Oh, I did not mean to make like 40 of those. Okay, well, whoops. My bad. Oh, wait, can I summon a demon? Yeah. Summon demon. What was I about to say? So what is your current sleep schedule right now, Bravo Penguin? And what do you want it to be? My current sleep schedule is go to sleep at like 11 a.m. or noon and then wake up at like 4 or 5. And I'm not crazy about it, but I do feel super productive in the middle of the night. So it's like, I wish I could go to bed at like, I don't know, 6 or 7 a.m. Like going to bed 6 hours earlier would be nicer. I think I'd prefer that, but I just myself needed Saturday off for an event with a friend, which meant swapping all day shift with someone. Yeah. That sucks. It's hard. It's rough, isn't it? YBC! YBC is my little pet. What is this? What is your sleep schedule of which you speak? Ooh, all materials were refined? Oh, okay. Okay. Shout out Twitch chat. Let's do that. Also, hi, Shadowhawk! Shadowhawk, happy... Oh, Mad Eye, hold on. I'm gonna extort tithes from him. And then remove necklace. And then how do I kill him? Oh. Okay, go to sleep. Oh, wait, no, everybody's here. I can't kill you if you're going to sleep. Hold on. How do I kill him? How do you kill him? You gotta do a sacrifice in the altar? Oh, like in here? I don't have any bones! Wait, why is everyone sick? Wait, why is there sickness? Oh, that's why. Right? Is it that? I don't know how to play this game, guys. I have no clue what I'm doing. How much time do I have left on this? Kill Mad Eye. Oh, I have time. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna go do a quest. Or wait for a night. Oh, I have a bone for you. Hey, yo! What's up, Kyle? Kyle, I hope you're doing so good. Also, Bubble Penguin, thank you for the 5 Dweeb streak. I'm already feeling a little topsy-turvy right now. I'm not gonna lie. From the drinks. What the hecky? Thought, thank you for the biddies! What the heck? Thank you so much, Thought. I hope you're doing so good. Happy Wednesday/Thursday. Also, Thought by Mott. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, Shabby! Oh, Shabby. Thank you for the bits. What the heck? Okay. I was worried that they were about to get sacrificed for a second. I got scared. I don't know what's happening. Oh. 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 Hello. 6.9. Is this a gun? Oh, it is a gun. Knocks back and freezes enemies. Possess. Directly hit enemies. Oh. Well, that sounds nice. Chance of poisoning enemies? Yeah, I like that. I've never gotten this far before. And I have these delicious little chocolate biscuit cookies from Trader Joe's, so these are looking up. Hey, I love that! I'm glad it's not as bad as it was the other day. Vestal, I relinquish you from your service of the Red Crown. Return it to me and embrace the end that awaits. With this last sacrifice of my most devoted follower, I will be freed. Finally, I will be free. Approach, Vestal, and lay your life down at my feet. Oh. Refuse. Obviously. The Blunderbuss my favorite. Really? I don't know if I like it. Happy Wednesday, Dawn. So you have betrayed me, Lamb. You have shunned my gospel and claimed yourself a false idol. That crown is mine by divine right. You think to stand in the face of very face of death? Master, allow me. I'll give this wretch a taste of your wrath. Ooh. Oh. Don't I have like infinite health? Like I'm invincible, so. Ooh! Get shit on, I'm invincible! Leon's moms! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I'm a rogue lamb. I will take care of this Beastmaster. I will cut the crown from its head. He has a really cool character design. Oh, I'm so glad I am impervious. So I feel like this battle will have been really hard. You think yourself victorious. You think yourself safe. Do not forget you belong to me. Even after I've slaughtered you, your pain will not end. You cannot escape me, even in death. The one who waits. Oh, that just kills them. I thought that possesses them. Man, can you imagine if I didn't have like impervious health? I'd be dead so fast. Oh, it poisons them? Oh. Did you believe me defeated? Did you think that to be all there was to a being such as I? What? You thought yourself above a god? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yo! Usually I don't talk well on a chat on stream. I was too nervous. Ben! I totally get it. I'm the same way. I don't really chat when I watch streams. The projectile possesses them and the weapon poisons, but I don't think possession stuff works on bosses. Okay. Even like their little minions that pop out. Also, Poe! Poe, thank you for the 75 stream streak. What the French toast sticks? Poe. Big hugs. Hugs for anybody who needs it. Unless you guys don't want, you guys can definitely give it to the next person. But Poe, I'm sending you so much love right now. Means Camu says, okay, maybe I just killed them. You are corrupt, false idol. Your corruption has no doubt spread. Has no doubt spread. Ew! Okay, that is so cool. When I hit the eye, that he flashes. That is so cool. I love that. I love that a lot. I hope none of my followers get hurt. I have full health? What? That's crazy. Oh my god. I would be so screwed right now. I am hacking! Oh. Cheater, cheater, blumpkin eater. This game is very flashy. No way! Is this a- can I recruit you now? You have supplanted me, a vessel no more, instead a crown-bearing deity. Damned lamb. I am at your mercy. Are you to be a vengeful false idol or merciful coward? No longer can you blame your foul acts on me. Obviously, I'm gonna spare you. You weak, sniveling foul thing. You wait. Wait. Yay! Yay! They're so cute! Oh, I love them! Mama J! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss, see? Oh, look how happy everyone is for me. I'm gonna murder you all. I've never gotten that far before. I've never, what is that, beating the boss or whatever? New friend! Pacing? Another mile! Sound like you're ready for your Hobbit walking challenge phase. Did you, wait, are you using a walking pad? I think I asked you that. Oh, what? That was the end of the game. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually really scared that a migraine's coming on. Because I'm starting to get blurred vision. You know, like when you have like those blind spots in your vision when you're about to get a migraine. I feel that. And I don't think it's from the shots. I think it's from the game, because the game is like super duper flashy. Oh, this is why I keep you guys around. This is why I keep you guys around. Oh my god. No, you are so hot for that. Oh, please tell me what to do. I am, as Rootsy loves to remind me, I'm a switch. Speaking of walking, I'm unintentionally walking with you. Every person smells of work in it. Are you really? Is it with oh. Is it with a walking pad? Alright, Mad Eye, you need to die. I need to kill Mad Eye, guys. You understand. Janitor station, confession booth, propaganda speaker, crypt, morgue, body pit, tabernacle, scarecrow. What do I need a scarecrow for? Tailor. What the fuck is a tailor for? Creates outfits for followers to keep them stylish. Okay, that's actually a maybe. That's actually a maybe. Compost. Deposit grass. Don't need that. Bone decorations. Refinery. Outhouse 2. What is Outhouse 2? Your followers somewhere nice to retrieve themselves. Higher capacity. Fertilizer storage, seed storage, demonic summoning circle, bone decorations, missionary. Missionary. What's a missionary? Send 3 followers on Holy Custom ones. Followers will have a heart like it. Oh, I like that. Oh, sorry. What's that? Get loved on, nerd. Thank you, shot for spades. What is happening? Sephora! Holy! Oh my god. Hi, Sephora. What's up, JJ? 6851985. What's up, Nikki Rossi or Nick Rossi? What's up, Sativa Sean? Hi, Sephora. Oh, no way! I was like, if she's rating me, I bet she was playing Cult of Lamb. What is up? Oh my god, Zaph, you are so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome. I love you so much. What's up, B Sunflower? What's up, Holy Knight? Welcome, Mid-Raiders. How was your Cult of the Lamb? Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Pixel Kitten. I am a variety streamer that plays a lot of video games poorly and streams on the internet. I'm sick. Oh no, I hope you feel better. Guys, give lots of love to Sephora in the form of followers, subs, give her money. I don't care. Do whatever. I'm joking, but like, at least give a follow. Follow is free. Sativa. Oh, thank you so much. This is my Squirtle squad shirt. Thank you so much. Welcome in, everybody. I'm currently playing Cult of Lamb. We actually just beat the game for the first time. I've never beaten the game before. I do have like every like cheat on though. So I have the no take damage cheat on. Whatever. I was like, oh, I totally forgot you could play this like anything with crowd control now. How'd you like it? I think I would have liked it more if I had won it authentically, but because I was like using the accessibility things, I was like, whatever. Yes, I agree, Loki. Thank you so much, Loki. You're so hot. Valid. Yeah, I think the reason why I'm playing it with all like the cheats and the hacks on is because I'm just trying to get as many follower people in here as I can. Trying to get as much like Twitch integration as I can. And that requires me not dying on these quests, which I do a lot because I'm not very good at video games. But I'm here for a good time, not a long time. After you go follow the homie Sephora. Sephora, please go get your post-stream self-care, especially if you're sick. Please go take care of yourself. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch, go chirring. Please take care of yourselves. Although, if you guys are looking to join a cult, I do have someone to indoctrinate right now. Also, thank you for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I do see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. No, get the heck out of here, Sephora. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you feel better. Holy crap. I really hope you feel better. Being sick sucks. So, this is going to be a special follower poll, or follower raffle. I will, the one who waits. I will dedicate myself to you. I swear it. Yeah, alright. We'll see. Who is going to be our special boss person? Thank you so much for the raid, Sephora. You're so hot. I very much appreciate you. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna take a sippy whippy of G Fuel. Are you not in here yet, Spades? Alright. I can't remember which mods aren't in here yet. No? How do you enter this raffle? There should be a prompt on your screen right now. If there isn't, try refreshing. Or you might just be in the cult already. I don't remember, Lapis. Oh, you're not in there either. Okay, so you and Spades aren't. If I don't get in, I'm stealing a diamond. Oh, all right, Mama. All right. I'll wait till we hit 10 participants or like a minute left. Oh, you know what, Spades? Real AF. Also, I have to pee already. You're not in there either? Now's the time. Hi, Spooky Dragon. Happy Wednesday or Thursday, depending on your time zone. Also, excellent call on the amber glasses, by the way. Excellent call. It also helps that we're not like in a bunch of like flashing lights right now. This game is very flashing light-y. You know what I mean? All right, we're on the raffle. Oh, Kiki! Kiki is the one who waits. You are a very special boss form. You are a coprophiliac. You gain 10 faith when falling ill. You are lustful. You are very affectionate towards other followers. And you will never reach old age. Mama J! Mama J, congrats on your VIP badge. Congratulations. That's awesome. I've never seen that before. Like the never age one. Mama J, congratulations. You stole the VIP from Slytherin Kid. VIP is stolen. Congratulations on your VIP. Also, congratulations on being immortal, Kiki. So the only way you can die is by either having me sacrifice you or one of our fellow followers sacrifice you. Hey, go refine materials. Go work for me, peasant. People are hungry. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna export ties from you. Excuse me. Sorry. Do you want a gift? Do you want to inspire? I'll inspire you. I still have to kill Mad Eye. What's up, Amy? Amy, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Give gift. That just gave me an excuse. I like that. I like it. Oh. Oh my god, look at the moose. I love the moose. I love the anteater. Wait, Willy, come back. Willy, come back. Oh, what? Wait, YBC, why are you tired? No, not you. YBC. Oh, we're married. Do you want to kiss? Oh, first give me money. All right, now can we kiss? Smooch. Wait, YBC, wait. Not the censorship. What's up, Problem Child? Problem Child, I hope you're feeling so good today. Or I hope you're healing. Go to sleep. If you're so tired, go to sleep, Angel. I still gotta kill Mad Eye. I'm running out of time. Where is Mad Eye? Oh, yes! How do I kill? I think I have to wait until nighttime. What time is it? It's already like midday. Ugh. Alright, let's do a thing. Can I do a ritual where I kill them? Do I have enough bones? I don't think I have enough bones. I don't have enough bones for anything. What's this? Bonfire. Shit. Damn, I don't have enough bones for anything. Gotcha. Well, I'm glad you're home. That's what matters, right? Damn. Okay, well, I guess we'll just go get some bones or something. Oh, what's happening? What's happening? Oh, this is like a post-game thing? I can't read that. I seek the newly anointed god, successor of their victims, last of their kind, confer with me. Fickle beast, do you not feel how the boundary betwixt this world and next has begun to fray? You are artless in your duties, infant god. You bestow upon the bishop's death, yet deny them rest. Bearer of the red crown, set this right. Forced are they to relive their final agonies. Move them on, as is your duty as the new god of death. Crusade once more. Give peace to bishops trapped between life and death. Okay, so do I just go... Oh. Can I buy? Oh, I can buy this bunny. Give me the bunny. $100? You guys are lucky. I love you guys. $100 is crazy, Mr. Spider-Man. Oh my, did he just frog blink? That's my shtick. That's my shtick. Wait, so do I have to fight everybody again or something? I'm just trying to get bones. Trying to get bones so I could sacrifice Mad Eye. Yeah, I like you guys saw that frog blink, right? Reveal the map +1, +2 when attacked. Okay. Chance of negating damage. Wow, I hope so. Give me bones. Oh. I'll take one. Perfect. Alright. Whoa! What was that? Ew. So what do we need? Like minimum 75 bones or something, probably, right? I don't think that was any of those are bones. Ew, what is that? It looks like a Midas thing. This weapon is quite nice though. Oh. Okay, no, still invulnerable. Wunderbar. Alright, we got 22 bones now. $22 bones. Oh. Sorry, love. Alright. We have 26 bones. How do I join your cult? When there's a follower to Indoctrin, a prompt will come up on the stream. If you don't see it, refresh your stream. But there's not one right now. You have to wait for the option. What is that? What is that? Wait, rabbit! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Happy Wednesday/Thursday. Depending on your time zone. Oh, what just happened? Oh, I think I picked something up on accident. We have 31 bones. Money's always good. Every single UI for every single job application, master application, life application, existing application, the most unuser-friendly. Oh my god, every time. Every time. Let's go this way so we can get a people. Because we just bought a bunny, so... Oh, thank you, Rob Penguin. I just saw your message in the mod chat. What was I about to say? Because we have... So this will be our second person to indoctrinate. I could code a better UI with a fucking potato, by the way. Fucking potato. We should get a lot of bones here. What is my special? Oh, that's my special. That's fine. That's fine. It's a good special. Rescue you. We might be able to get... Oh, do I have I might have infinite of that as well. We have 46 bones. Okay, we might be able to get 75 bones by the end of this. Maybe. And process more applications. Ew. Did I get bones for this? I don't think so. I get meat. I burped, sorry. That's fine. Hidden behind 27 clicks in a blood ritual. You're lucky that's all that's behind. I'm joking. Man, those two shots went right to my head, guys. Oh! Hello there, Valakite. My such tatty clothing. It's been an age since I've left home, but I was compelled. What a rich world, sinister and vibrant and rich. And isn't charity the greatest virtue? What are you about to do to me? Yeah, there it is. There it is. You took $17 from me? That's egregious. At least he didn't take any bones from me. $17. Because they're also sadists. Real. Is this like B-Boss? What is this? Oh my god, the way I can just spam this! Wait, if I don't kill the boss, can I just like keep killing these and keep getting like... Yes! I keep like scoring bones, you know what I mean? Oh, never mind. Oh, and this is another person to indoctrinate. So it's what, 3 people? That's 3 people to indoctrinate. Three new friends, that's a lot. Oh, and we have almost 75 bones. Huge. Thank you so much for the follow! I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Easy. 78 bones, perfect. So I have enough for at least one ritual, and hopefully I can kill Mad Eye. I mean, I hope Mad Eye survives. Mordor. Mordor! You're speaking my language. Oh, reminder that this Friday is my last day for my Hobbit walking challenge. And I will be streaming like a normal stream, but I'll be on my walking pad and doing my last 5.5 miles on my walking pad live on stream and finishing my challenge and raising as much money as I can for, what was it? What's my Ko-Fi? For 7 ghosts from slain enemies. Yeah, give me that. Raising money for the Conqueror. The Conqueror Lord of the Rings medals. So we're gonna do that on Friday. So as normal stream as I can, right? But I will be on my walking pad. So that'll be interesting. So it'll be my first time streaming on my walking pad. Not my first time using my walking pad like down here, but my first time streaming with it. Red, I got you. Mordor. I mean, I could say murder. What's that? A knife. No! What are we doing? We say, red, the blood of angry men. Guys, I have to pee after this. I know. That's what happens when I drink, guys. I know. Strip lights. Perfect. Red, the blood. So I think I'll start a raffle for one of the followers, and then I'll go pee. And then I think we have at least 3 raffles to do right now. I think more Scottish. Oh, you know what? I'm actually learning Scottish Gaelic right now on Duolingo. I don't really have a good Scottish accent, though. Oh, I see. I changed my special. I didn't realize I did that. I thought I changed my weapon. Oh, 94 bones? Oh, hell yeah. You really want to learn it? The only reason why I picked it is because apparently it's like the closest language to like Elvish. Or like one of the closest language to Elvish. I don't want to talk about it. She's a nerd, I know! Ew, were those eggs? Egg. Oh my god. I would so be dead right now. Hey, can you throw some more followers? Thank you. Because I need more bones. I need more bones. I need you to throw out some more followers. Throw out some more eggs. More eggs. Thank you. Oh, this is going to be such a good way to farm bones. Oh, shit, I killed him! Damn it. I didn't mean to kill him. Russian? No way! Oh, I did not mean to do that. I think I picked the wrong item, but that's fine. I'm here for bones anyway. More bones! Oh, we have so many bones. Oh, that's no nice. Cool. I think that's what my... Oh, is it really? Wait, Joopy, you're learning Scottish Gaelic too? Shut up. I'm not very far into it. Nerd! Thank you for the 100 bits with the French toast sticks? I'm not very far into it. Hello. Hamiski. Hamiski, I was trying. Tired and busy. Hamis Borsal. Oh, Cake just died! Oh no! Prepare for burial. There's plenty of Gaelic resources from Scottish organizations. Wait, what do you mean, Scottish resources? One of my twins would come hang out with you. He's reading Lord of the Rings books. Oh, really? Have they ever read the books before? All right, we're gonna indoctrinate somebody, and I'm gonna go pee while we do that. Let's LFG. That's actually really funny. What's up, Dingoes? All right, follow raffle. Start raffle. I'm gonna go pee. I will be right back. Come and join the cult. If you guys don't see a prompt, you're either 1, already in my cult, or 2, refresh. Also, Jane goes, mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. All right, be right back. I want you guys to know that Boo tried to trip me going up the stairs, so he's trying to murder me! Learn Gaelic has some cool resources, plus the Scottish government has recently designated Gaelic and Scots legally as official languages, so there should be more resource stuff. Oh, like resources like to like learn the language? No! Rigged! 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 Wait, no way! Wait, V, that's awesome. You are celibate, not very affectionate towards other followers. You are virtuous. You produce sin 20% slower, and you're naturally obedient. All right, this must be opposite day, because this ain't true, and this ain't true. This is like NECA Kyle. I'm glad we're on the same page. Oh my god. And more prizes in schools and a frame. Wait, that's so dope, V. What the heck? What's up, War? Everyone say hi, War. NECA Kyle. That is so funny. All right, NECA Kyle, you're in the cult. Oh, War, you're also still alive. For now. Go clean. Go clean up poop, Kyle. Oh no, now Kyle's in my cult. At least you don't spread like at least you don't like spread like misinformation or whatever. Who wants to get into the cult now? So I think it's Spades is the last mod that's not in the cult. Yo, War, happy Wednesday. I was gonna say /Thursday, but I know it's not Thursday for you yet. But happy /Thursday for anybody else in chat. I'm gonna take this out. Holy! Oh, wait, I gotta put my glasses on, I can't see! Hello, welcome in! What's up, Brian? What's up? Hunter is a bot, and? So Spades gets it, it's rigged? Yeah, exactly, Mama J. What's up, the Wolf Darlin? Woo! What's up, Stylin' Jimmy? Hi, my BC! Oh, here, wait, were you playing the new Pokemon game? Shut up, no you weren't. Shut up. Also, thank you guys so much for the follows. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. We are currently playing Cult of Lamb, so if you guys want to get into my slutty little cult, I think it's called, what's it called? Gherkins, Jerkins or something? Hi, Bree! Oh my god. Bree, you're about to play Pokapia or whatever it's called, right? Yeah, British time zone. Damn future people! Wait, what was this? What was the shadow? Hold on. I can't type. Future! Ryan was in the future. SMHMH. Oh my god. So this is the... Correct me if I'm wrong. This is the Animal Crossing X Pokemon game, right? That has like a... Something has like a Ditto face on it? I don't remember. But thank you guys so much for the follows. Welcome in. What's up, Catnip? You know, I'm dying watching the clock. Is it only for the Switch too? Yes, it is. Shut up. Oh my god. I'm so peanut butter and jealous. That's awesome. Oh, yeah, you're a Ditto human, right? You still have 2 more hours. So it's in your time zone. Can't you just like make your thing like say you're in British time? It's a lot of fun and cozy. It's apparently it's out March 5th. So whenever it's March 5th for you. That's so dope. I should have hacked them in. You should have, Bree! Wait, what time is it for you guys? It's midnight Eastern time. Oh. Oh, okay. So, what? 2 more hours? Right? Is it only for the Switch 2, or can you play on the original Switch? Yeah, 2 hours for us? Gotcha. Okay. Only Switch 2? Oh, poop! Oh. Well. How much is the Switch 2? Isn't the Switch... How much is the Switch 2? Probably like a... Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right, Kyle? Like, what, 400? 600?! Over 300? Oh, no. 450? Yeah, Ryan, right? Thank you for the shout out for Ryan! I might be wrong. 500. Thanks, Spades. Thank you very much for the shout out for Just Ryan. Also, Just Ryan, I know it's like, I don't know, like what, 4 a.m. for you right now? Everyone that just came with the raid, please make sure that you guys go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch or drink. We are currently playing Cult of the Lamb. We do have a couple peeps and poops to recruit, so if you guys want to work for me, I'm a very merciful god. Oh, thanks, Bree! Squirtle. Shut up. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Also, thank you for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I do appreciate the follows so much. And the Mario Kart game. Oh, I see. Okay. So, about like 500. My roomie, Emperor's Cat Rain, just tried to murder me. He's laying right under where the curtains open for my game office. Wait, how did he murder you? Oh, Jamoy. That's Oh, wait, and then wins and what's the next one? Wins and I already I'm stroking out. What? Winds and Waves, thank you! That's also Switch 2, and that comes out 2027, right? So, I got time for that. Sharp Shamrocks, welcome to the cult. Oh, I see, Loki, okay. Sharp, you are ascetic. You decrease sin generation by 10%, but increases productivity by 15%, and you are cynical. You are 15% hotter to level up. I went down for the night, but I adore you. And I was saying, at the end of stream, I applaud your kind of... Are you kidding me? Ryan, literally know you. Literally know you. You're so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome. And seriously, thank you so much for your raid. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing amazing. Have the best night ever! Truly, thank you so much for being here, guys. Welcome in. We do have one more... Oh, wait, hold on. Why is the world poopy? Like, what is happening? Is there like an omega shit somewhere? Wait, do you guys see this? Like, look. Oh, you guys can't see because my giant webcam's in the way. Is someone dead that I don't know about? Wait. Oh, I have this side of the map. Oh, God! So this is awkward. Why is there so much vomit over here? Wait, wait. why is there so much vomit? Okay, that was it. Why are y'all throwing up over here? Can I build over there? Alright, let's indoctrinate this person. Alright, let's do my cult. You found my corners. That was that your throw up corner? They always like to hide their messes. Shut up. I was expecting to see like a giant gold poop somewhere. Shame. Shame. Where's Upchug Hideaway? Shut up. Shut up. I could build down there, right? Now host at Airbnb, is it? A Fable remake? Oh. Interesting. I'm sorry, but the sounds in the background are so funny. Moonfire! Oh, your little kitty cat! Oh my god, so cute! Alright, Moonfire, let's see what your traits are. You're a snorer. Will wake nearby followers with their snoring, and you're also cynical. You are 15% hotter to level up. Oh, really, Hunter? Interesting. Go chop some trees. Let me make a bed, actually. And, like, let me... Wait, okay, this will be so funny. Hold on. Wait. This will be funny, don't worry. Alright. Okay, hold on. This will be funny, don't worry. This will be really funny. Because Moonfire's a snorer, right? So I need to reassign. Sort by level? Oh, that's high level. What was that? That's weird. Level. No, I need like baby level. Oh, here we go. Kyle. Wait. What is happening to my mouse? Okay. Oh, here we go. Moonfire. There we go. This is your bed. There we go. Oh, the Nuka grape flavor tastes like a grape Tootsie Pop, and the Nuka cherry flavor tastes just like a cherry Jolly Rancher. Oh, Mad Eye's about to get murdered. I think I can murder. Oh, who just passed out right here? That's Kyle. Kyle just slept out. Oh, and Sharp is just on the floor. Okay. So can I murder Mad Eye now? I can't murder you. So I can only murder you? I guess I'll have to wait for you guys to wake up. And then do a ritual. I think is what I'm gonna have to do. I do a stupid ritual. I guess I'll use all my bones. Set to release in autumn 26 for Xbox, XS, PC, PlayStation. Oh my god! Aims to bring back the charm and humor. Interesting. I'm still alive. Are you still alive? Are you old? You might be old, right? Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to press that. Oh, why are you guys sleeping on the floor? We closely to seize the means of production, overthrow the false lamb, and instate a meritocracy where all cultists are free to worship as they will. Uh-huh. Rise, my brothers! Throw off your chains. I am gonna put you in see this jail? I'm putting you in this jail. I'm gonna put you in jail. Guys, do I put Kyle in jail? What's up, Hunter? Hunter, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. I tried playing Fable back in the day, and I was not an enjoyer, but that's because I tried going back to it, and I just didn't like... I didn't like how, you know, old it felt to play, you know? Like, you know what I mean? And I didn't have that nostalgia playing it because I never played it when it first came out. All right, let's go sacrifice Mad Eye. Forehead kiss. Loyalty enforcer, ascend follower. Pour a wish at your temple in which you can ascend a follower's spirit to a higher plane of existence. All followers gain loyalty. I think it. Sacrifice a follower to grow your strength. Oh, here we go. Sacrifice a follower. Wait, should we ascend? This gives me more... Okay, let's do that. Oh, really, Kyle? I've never even, like, finished it. I do have to pick this one, sorry. I need to get my challenge. Sorry, Matt, I will bring you back, don't worry. Made a lot of big problems. Ugh, that's unfortunate. Not the nega Kyle. Holy moly, you guys like that a lot. You guys really liked that. Who asked me? Who asked me to kill Mad Eye again? I don't remember. It was a little ignorant, right? Sacrifice. I didn't put him in jail. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it to happen. I think we're good, right? It's horrified that you sacrificed a follower. Nah, do it again. And I do it again. Where is Lil Ignorant? Oh, I see you. Complete quest. I see you. There's so many of you here. Ah, but I got so many points for that. All right. I need to inspire because there's like 40 people right here. Yes, yes. Ah! Was that war? Oh, that is war. Extort tithes from Kishu. Give gifts. Nature's necklace. Give me a kiss? Wait, are we married? Can I do that? You can plant a tree and watch it grow over the years. Watch your children grow up and eventually play as one of them. All sorts of things you can not do. Uh-huh. All the best cults do sacrifices. See, you get me. Oh, we are married! Wait, I'm gonna take money from you first, and then I'll smooch you. Oh, it's so cute! Oh, can I inspire you? Next page. Oh, here, inspire. Oh, you've already been inspired today. Selfish. Why are you guys hungry? Why do you guys need everything from me? Stingy meat gruel. Hearty. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I don't mind if you guys poop. Diarrhea. Ew. Bowl of poop! Deadly dish. I don't want them to die, though. Minced follower meat? Oh, no, I'm not doing that. Okay. We'll do that. They pay your bills, sexy cult mama! Not Pixel demanding you money for kisses and for getting you married. I married a lot of people. Let's see, can I build some stuff? I feel like I have plenty of money now. A leader tent. A resting place worthy of the glorious leader and their crown. What? What do I do with this? Do I just like sleep above you guys or something? I don't know what that does. What else can I make? What is this? A kitchen. Allows followers to cook meals for their fellow... Oh! Yeah! Guys, make your own stuff. Shoot! Here, we'll put it right here. Yeah. Gosh, look at all the stuff I can build. Man, it's so nice having money. A stone mine? Yeah. Let's make some stone. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, why are we? Wait, what's happening? What's happening? Absolve Toxic Panda Girl of sin. Why are you sinful? What the? Love your cult. Thanks, problem child. Nega Bat Kyle. I knew we shouldn't have let him in. I knew it. What was that sound? Alright. Oh, something's happening. Oh, they're fighting! Break up fight! Calm and Kishu are fighting. Alright, let's go do stuff, I guess. So, no thinning. We'll see. Please don't be $100 again. I'll be so. Oh, there's no one here. Never mind. Wait. Can I go here? Sacrifice a level 7 follower? And they can't be resurrected? I sense your success. I feel the presence of a god tier. Strength, longevity, and a mourning that stretches eternally. Found in the bellies of the foulest of beasts and villains, but seen only by those ascended to godhood. I am glad to have underestimated you, for I deal only with the gods. And offer, newly ascended, give unto me a name, and we shall be fellows in enterprise. I have precious articles for a being such as you. Grant this being a name. Lord Kumquat, and thus our contract is struck. Bring me the god tiers and I shall reward you in turn. Alright, Lord Kumquat. Bad Cow 2.0! You'd like that, wouldn't you? Oh, is this like random? Forgotten Commandment Stones. You have found enough fragments to form a Forgotten Commandment Stone. You can use Forgotten Commandment Stones to declare doctrines that you previously did not choose. Oh! Okay! Interesting. Interesting. Lord Kumquat says, our inaugural transaction. Some items may hold powers you cannot yet fathom. May they serve you well. So I have to sacrifice somebody to get into these? That's crazy. These people can't get resurrected. So, we are sacrificing somebody and they can't get resurrected. Lord Kumquat. Man, this Nega Bat Cow member has some good ideas. I really think we could push the cult into the 21st century, make us a more modern cult. You know who I'm voting for? I'm voting for you guys sacrificing. Oh, Kyle's not level 4 yet. Oh, Kyle, you are so lucky you're not level 4. Because I would have sacrificed you. You volunteered to you're going to sacrifice himself, but you can't get resurrected. That's so weird that, like, you can't resurrect these people. So instead of Lord Farquaad, Lord Kumquat. Squawkabilly. For now, Kyle. For now. Oh! Oh, the electorate! Oh, your sacrifice will not be in vain. Go through the vagina teeth door. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! It was worth it! Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Yeah, vagina teeth. Holy! Reveal the map. Yes, please. Yes, give me more bones! More bones! This is good. The Tusky, by the way. Oh my god, look at all the bones! Yes! Yes! So many bones. Oh, forgot one. There you go. This is great. Better sanitation, more comfortable beds, better options for sitting, real food. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure the food's gonna be super real, Kyle. Oh. I'm sure. Sorry, I have priorities. I need to break the bodies first. There we go. Alright, now I'll start killing you guys. Couldn't picture a better way to go. What about my corner Airbnb? Oh my god, your little throw up corner. I am so happy with this map. Thank you so much for your sacrifice, Lungren, because there are so many bones in here. I have 115 bones at the moment. which could be great for rituals, like marriage rituals, or more importantly, revival rituals where we can bring peeps and poops back to life. I will never steal a man's Famkun. Though those are sacred. Don't be ridiculous. What's happening? Foul beast, you dare something. If you insist I suffer, so shall you. Oh, what's happening to me? Please. I have invulnerability cheats on. You don't scare me. I have 130 bones! This is amazing! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is annoying. I am so glad I have invulnerability, because I would be dead if it weren't for this. Oh my god. I would absolutely be dead. What do you call a puke monster? War is here. Or is there an actual joke there? Naturally obedient, and yet here... No, that's why it's the Negakyle. An abomination. Oh, there was an actual joke. Oh my god, look, there's poop! Look! Oh, wait, can I get... Do you think I could get, like, gold poop or something from this? Oh my god, look at all the poop! Yeah, call it fertilizer. Call it whatever you want to help you sleep at night, Cult Bloom. Cool. Hey, oh, hey, War's here. War is here, Come here, let me do stuff to you. Yes, give me the gold nuggies. Do these give me bones? No. Of course they don't. Haters. Alright. If I've missed anyone's messages, because I don't know how to read, I'm sorry. Naturally obedient to himself. Yes, please. Alright. One person. Okay, it's fine. So we'll get at least one person to indoctrinate. Yeah, naturally obedient, and then what was it also? It's like you were like you were like not horny. And there was something else. Like all three traits were just like anti-Kyle. The Negakyle, as you had mentioned. Oh, those are so cute! This weapon's really good. I like the poison. I like poison, but I think I like the vampire weapons better, but the poison's nice when with me, like, being invulnerable. I voted for the one that said against sacrifice. It felt fitting. Against sacrifice. Oh! For, like, the doctrines? Wait, can you guys vote for, like, your traits? Can you guys choose your traits? Yeah, they felt that unless you my actual horny sin heavy KXL would be too much for your cult. Oh, virtuous, yeah. Divine inspiration unlocked. Yes, please. Oh, it showed in the vote list? Oh! Oh, I see, I see. Oh my god. These things are so annoying. The little, like, bouncy things. So annoying! Oh, you can break them? I didn't know you could break them. I thought it was rando whenever we were summoned. Oh, you could vote on them? I was being cool. Yeah, I didn't know that. Let's go this way. What is this? What does this mean? I don't know, but he's dead. What does this mean? What does that mean? Oh, does that mean I can only kill them in this order? Is that what that means? Maybe that's what that means. I can only kill them in a certain order. Oh no. That's weird. What's up? All good? All good. Mwah. Thank you for a forehead kiss. Happy Wednesday, my dudes. Okay. Thought my stream shut off for a second. It said reconnecting to chat. I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean reconnecting to chat? Oh good, I hope you're doing very well. Happy Wednesday. I have almost 200 bones. I haven't used any decorations, but to be fair, I don't really care what my cult looks like. I'm just trying to get as many followers as I can. Also, can I get some test chats in the chat? Just like say like hi or something, because my OBS says reconnecting the chat, and I don't know if I can see anybody's chats. Test. Okay, I see that. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Hola. Okay, cool. I see that. I'll just Noivus. My OBS is like reconnecting to chat. I was like, what do you mean reconnecting to chat? I haven't dropped any frames. My internet's good. Ish. Ish. Thanks, homies. Bombs in a corner. Yeah, sure. And then what was it? Recycle? Yeah, give me my money. Give me my money! Bombs in the corner. Ooh, I like that. Wow. Oh, that's so fun. I love having Infinite Fervor, too. What's up, Cookie Dough? Cookie Dough happy Wednesday/Thursday. War is Vom. Cookie Dough, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. Okay, I like that a lot. Stop flying out of bounds, you cheater. Me with infinite health. Cheater. Vampiric dagger. Yeah, give me that. Oop, I didn't mean to do that, sorry. Give me your wood. You call infinite. Wait, what did you just say? You can infinite my fervor? Ladies. Oh my god. Look at that! This is so cheap. Oh my god. That's fine. I'm just here to try to get more followers for you guys. Oh, I do not want that. Recycle. Today was good. Feeling a little bit of the anxiety tonight. Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that, but I'm happy to hear that you had a good day. You know what? I'll take it. Look at that. They're frozen. I actually had a really, really bad anxiety attack yesterday. I had to take an edible. It was not a good day yesterday for me. I had actually completely forgot about that. The edible was really nice. The edible made me forget about everything. God bless edibles. Oh, holy. Oh, get poison, nerds. Get poison, nerds. Yes. Yes. I love this game on easy mode. Oh, it makes me so happy. What is this? Oh, okay, gone. Oh, I'm thinking also in about like 30 minutes we'll swap over to Outlast Trials, by the way. So we can do the half and half. It's not fun when it happens when I'm trying the tools. Oh, really? I hope they work for you. Easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. Freeze enemies on contact? I'm good. Boss. Okay. Ew. Spam this. It's so cheap. I love it. Oh wow, it's already dead. Would you look at that? Someday, we have, I think, one follower form to indoctrinate right now. Small gift. I'll take wood. I will absolutely take the wood. Give me wood. Cool. We got 136 bones too. Oh! What is your razor question? I might have a razor answer. I still have to post my video of the chair too. I'm a bad content creator. Actually, before I do that, let me check this real quick. Aha! Please don't be $100. Why are they so expensive? Why are they all $100? What's up, Alice? Alice, thank you for the forehead kiss. Why are they so expensive now? Remember when they used to be free? Or like 20 bucks? Pecky? So we have 2 peeps and poops. 2 peeps and poops to indoctrinate. There you go. Do you have a code link? I do not. I need to order a new headset. Old headset discontinued. Oh, really? That sucks. It discontinued. Shut up, Pork. I'm not affiliated with them. They just send me free shit all the time. Which I'm not gonna, I'm really grateful for. I never applied for their Razer program. I think I forgot to after TwitchCon. Alright, so we got 5 peeps and poops. Dweeb! Oh my god, are you a little turtle? You're so cute! You are coprophiliac, you gain 10 faith when falling ill, and you are cynical. You are 15% hotter to level up. That's okay. I'll allow it. Go cook meals. Go cook some food. Oh, I did not mean to talk to you, but I will give you a kiss while I'm here. Oh, Smoochy. Look at it. I love that little ooh-woo. I think that's so cute. Go away. Indoctrinate. I beg you, indoctrinate into your cult. I will not stray. I heard that before. Heard that before. All right, let's get another raffle. Before I bought one, I had the Nari Ultimate, but it's been discontinued. L Razer, because I love my headset. Oh, so it was a Razer headset that you had. Oh, that sucks. That sucks, Bravo. Is it really water? Holy shit. I saw that the current world record is like 2 hours and 6 minutes. That's really good water. Holy shit. That's insane. Let me in! I'm gonna drink some cherry Nuka-Cola. Cherry... Is it? Wait, what is it called? Not Nuka-Cola. Nuka cherry. Oh! Good night, Salted Loki! Oh, what about... No, probably not eBay, right? I totally get that order. I totally get that. 7, 8, and 9 are probably the easiest Resident Evil games in my opinion. Like not like easiest as in like skill, but like easiest like they're just so linear. So they're like I feel like those games are really easy to speedrun. Bought it fall of 2024. That's it. Really? Oh, damn Barracuda, which is the one I'm using right now. Oh, I'm sorry. I love the Barracuda. I want to try using my kitty cat one again. Weird. Alright, well it's like locked in there. I want to try using my kitty cat headset again. I was having an issue with it. I'm not sure if it was related to the headset or if it was a Spotify issue. But I was having an issue with it, which is why I stopped using the kitty cat headset. But maybe I'll try using the kitty cat headset on Friday. Oh, okay, the ads are done. Cool. cult! Welcome into the cult! You are ascetic. You decrease sin generation by 10%, but increases productivity by 15%. You are virtuous. You produce sin 20% slower, and you're a natural skeptic. On recruiting the follower, immediately lose 10 faith. Go chop trees. Cook. What? I don't want to cook. You guys need to cook. You guys cook for me. Collect divine inspiration. Okay. Let's do another compost. Yeah. Cause I think I want to unlock these. Right? Seed storage, fertilizer storage, harvest totem. Oh. That's right. He looks so cute. All my followers look so cute. Collect loyalty reward. And then... inspire. Yes! Look at this huge group of inspiration people! Okay, and then give me money. And then I'm gonna give you a gift. Who am I talking to? Oh, it's Problem Child! I'm gonna give you a small gift. Oh, it's a little doll! So cute! Okay. Done with you. Speak to Marshmallow, speak to more. Oh, what happened here? Woo! Pet the dog. Wait, why are you like broken? Can you like go to bed? Wait, can you give me money? Oh, don't wait, no work. I don't want you to work. I don't want you to work. I'm sorry. Wait, come back. Oh my god, I can't talk to you. Oh, wait, I had you for a second. Where'd you go? I lost them. Oh, there they are. There you go. Okay. Can you like go to bed? Go to bed. Sleep. There we go. Okay. Ooh, that's a lot of poop. Ah! That scared the fuck. Was that a maid outfit? Shut up. What is this? Collect. Alright. Poop has been collected. Deposit poop. Deposit seeds. Oh, actually, no, I don't want to deposit that. Okay. Grow those. Oh, I don't want to plant. I wonder if there's a way to have people harvest these for me, you know? Oh, stretch? I'll get a good stretch in. Let's do a ritual, and then I'll stretch. Let's see if we can bring someone back. I might have enough, rituals. Sacrifice of the flesh. Oh, here we go. Ritual of resurrection. Bring a dead follower back to life. I do lose 10 faith. That's fine. All right. Let's do a stretch while you guys choose who we're bringing back. I think the only person we can't bring back is a little ignorant. Oh! You can bring back Mad Eye, Cake Pews, Fire King Scarlet, Danny, Reese, Panda Pants, Goddess Dahlia, Soul Fanatic, Beth Raylene, Salted Loki, Shadowhawk, Fiberglass Unicorn, Elastic, Derpy, Lexi, Too Chilly, Ewok, Oh my god, there's a lot of people dead. Alright, there's a lot of people dead. You guys can pick a lot of people. Alright, who do you want to bring back to life? Mad Eye? Vote for Mad Eye. I did sacrifice him, but to be fair, I got a challenge out of it. Oh. Why are my quads always so tight, chat? Oh. You know what? With Friday being a day where I'm gonna be on my walking pad while streaming, Cult of Lamb might be a good game to play, because it's kind of like a chill game, you know. So we could play this again on Friday. W stretch. Get a sign of crystal. Ooh. What's that one? Chevron amethyst? So it's amethyst, but it has a specific pattern on it. It's a chevron amethyst. I'm gonna go with that one. It's a very pretty one. So her cultist was dead. She's not on there. Raven's not on there? How did Raven die? Oh, wait. You guys voted to sacrifice her, right? Oh, you guys voted for Madite! Maybe because she was sacrificed, she can't be brought back again? Welcome back to the fold, Mad Eye. Weird. One day, I will every time I have the opportunity to, I will try to bring someone back to life. Oh, almost 100. Yes. 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 I don't know what these points mean, but I like them. Oh, can't I vote for something? What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? Oh, doesn't matter. Oh, I can declare new doctrine? Since when? Let's do possessions. Exaltation of the self or of the devoted. Alms for the poor ritual. Perform a ritual at your temple in which you distribute money to all followers to increase their loyalty. You will also gain 10 faith. Perform a ritual at your temple in which all followers donate money to you. What do? Alms for the poor or enrich. Meant. I know which one I want. The chevron amethyst is pretty, isn't it? Amelodol, did I say hello to you? Hi, Amelodol. I don't remember if I said hello to you. Let's stop it. It's pretty, and it says it's good for relieving stress and bringing peace of mind. Good. That's always good to have, right? Oh, not all of you guys voting for enrichment. You guys are such good little cultists. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. Ritual of enrichment. Perform a ritual at your temple in which all followers donate money to you. Which is good, because if you guys give me money, then I will have more money to buy followers from that spider. It all works out. $125 or bones. Worth it. I'll do it. What's up, Chloe? Chloe, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. That was good. Remy, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. I lose 20 faith? That's fine. Give me money. That's worth it. Well worth it. I wonder how much money I get for this. I hope I get at least $100. I get a lot of you guys. Come on. I do not know how much money that gave me. So this is declare forgotten doctrine. So I get to choose a doctrine that we didn't pick. Belief in afterlife or funeral. All cult members will gain the belief in afterlife, only lose -5 faith when a follower dies instead of -20. Funeral. Perform a ritual at your temple to conduct a funeral for a recently passed follower. Gain 20 faith. So, what do belief in afterlife, funeral? A gathering. What a perfect time for my espresso ritual. What is that? I'm helping my mom and her household move into their new place. No way! Well, I hope you're taking care of yourself. Make sure you stay hydrated. We're clearing the floor in my sister's new room to get her stuff in there. That's really sweet of you to help out there, Remy. Also, thank you for the 5 stream streak! You're doing okay, just okay. Okay, this emote is super cute. It's super cute. Oh, it's your emote! It's very cute, Chloe. Remy, thank you very much for stopping in and saying hello. W straight good. I think the belief in afterlife is nice because then you only get like -5 faith, but it depends on how much a funeral costs. I like this though. I like that it goes back to let us choose things that we didn't choose before. Mostly just the process of pulling a shot and then the enjoyment of it immediately after. Oh, that's fair. Funeral! Funeral is what we do. Declare new doctrine. Alright. 75 bones. Oh, I don't have enough bones? Oh. Well, let's do a sermon since we're here, because I'm pretty sure you guys hate me right now. Because I made you guys pay me money. Hello? Jody! You may have accidentally taken a nap. We love naps. Yo, Jody, thank you so much for the raid! Oh my gosh, Joni. Your new hair. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, your old hair suited you. So hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome. But this new look, oh my god, it is stunning. Thank you so much for the raid. Also, thank you for the shout out for Joni. Also, Jokepool, thank you for the 10 biddies. Thank you so much. Welcome in, guys. Everybody, go follow Joni. Joni is so sweet. You're playing BG3? No way! Oh my gosh. What class are you?
Almost at a year.
Ghoulishly, thank you so much, Stoonin. Oh my gosh, Joni is Stoonin. Hi, Cool Cam. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Ghoulishly, thank you for the 11 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and add your sub badge. You're a pretty elf lady. I love this for you. Oh my god. So is this your first playthrough, Joni? Welcome in, Raiders. We are currently playing Cult of the Lamb. And in about 20 minutes, we're gonna swap over to Outlast Trials. No way! Oh my god, are you loving it so far? Oh my gosh, I love that you're playing it. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. How exciting. Let's do Refinery. 2. Yes. No way. Oh, and then, have you started romancing anybody yet? Everybody go follow Joni. Also, Joni, if you need to go raid and run, do not feel bad about doing so. Please go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and babbies. Go eat, go pee, go boo, go stretch, go drink. A bit overwhelming time. Super grateful in chat. Oh my god. Real, right? I was the same way. Because Baldur's Gate 3 was like my first time in like the D&D world. Oh my god! Benny just ate somebody! Or what? Or Mad Eye just ate somebody! Wait. What? Why can't I put them in jail? Why do I have a zombie? Why is there a zombie? Woo! Oh my god, Shadowheart. Really, truly. Shadowheart is God's favorite princess. We brought Mad Eye back for this. I can't even put him in jail. So Mad Eye just like ate somebody. I don't know what to do. Also, I get to recruit dissenting followers, so that's nice. Who wants to come join my cult as a dissenter? This is what you get for bringing Mad Eye back. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, give treats? Oh, Jackie, do you want dog or cat ones? Actually, it might have to be dog. Yeah, I don't have a cat here, so it's gonna have to be dog. Surprise me? Alright, it's gonna be dog because Jasper's not here. Hey, boo, it's from Jackie! Really? I guess he'll eat that later. Alright, do you guys want to hear what I'm listening to right now? This is what I'm listening to right now. What is this? What is this sound? What is this sound that I'm listening to right now? What is happening? I mean, cannibalism happens in cults. That's true. Everybody go follow Joni. Joni, please get your post stream self here. Thank you so much for the raid. What is that? What is that sound? Oh, he is eating it. Okay. Go boy. What is happening? What is that sound? Oh, Jackie! No way! Jackie's our dissenter. Oh, no. Strong constitution heals 50% faster when sick and in bed rest. Unlawful will break themselves and others out of prison. No! And you're gullible. But I'm about to put you in prison for being a dissenter. This is so not good. No, no, go to jail. Wait, let me educate you first. Maybe I see. No, Jasper's not here right now. I don't know where he is. I wonder how quickly, like, Jackie will leave the cult tomorrow and will take $68? Why? 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 The faith in the cult was too low. I need to be re-educated or I might leave. Wait, what? What? Why are you gonna take $68 from me? All right, well, I need to spend $68 before, or spend my money before you take all my money. That's what I need to do. Jasper is truly, he is. Don't I have like a refinery or something upgrade or something? I don't know. Oh, here. A missionary. Okay, I need more wood and more something. I need more of this, and I need more of this. Shut up, Jackie! Gotta buy Requiem somehow! Shut up, that's way too funny. Rootsy. Thank you, leader. My faith is... I don't have faith in me. That is so funny. Oh my god, look at Mad Eye. What do we do about Mad Eye, guys? What do we do? What do we do about him? What do I do? Give me money. Oh my god. I want to see him eat somebody again. Oh! Oh! I'm inspiring. Oh! I'm inspiring the zombie. Oh! Collect a loyalty reward from the zombie. Oh my god. I hope my friend isn't being rude to the cult. Who's your friend? Wait, come here. Collect loyalty reward. I like want to keep an eye on Mad Eye. Oh, I didn't mean to talk to you, but give me money since you're here. Wait, I see gold poop! I see gold poop. Do you want a gift? Big gift. Oh! So cute! Oh. Whoa. I don't know what you guys are doing. Oh, I think someone picked up the poop. Okay, someone picked up the poop. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna cook. Hearty meat broth. Stingy meat, paltry pumpkin. Basic berry. Yeah, I don't mind if you guys poop. Oh! Oh, you guys cook it. Oh, I like that. Look, 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 look. Oh, look at that. You guys cook it yourselves. Oh, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Yes, I like it when you guys do the work. It's about time you guys put in work. Oh no! Oh no! I hope he feels better. I'm so sorry to hear that, Joni. What's up, Black Bell? Hi, Dragon Set of Blaze. Have a good night, Joni. Thank you so much, Red. I really appreciate you. Also, Dragon Set of Blaze. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Black Belt. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Guys, happy Wednesday or Thursday, depending on your time zone. Guys, we're gonna have to sacrifice Mad Eye again, I think. I'm trying to wait for nighttime or daytime or something. So I'm trying to see what's gonna happen with Jackie. Damn, you can't control the weather, Jackie. What's this? Hatchery. A mating tent. Jesus Christ. Offering ritual. Oh, I would love for you guys to leave me offerings. Yeah, give me stuff. Guys, watch out. Mad-Eye's coming. Oh, look. Look, they're running away from Mad-Eye. Look, 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 look. Look. I want to see something really quickly. Hold on. Can I make Mad-Eye into a demon? I just want to see something. Will that stop him from eating people? Ah, okay. That may have been the plan. That may have been the plan, guys. Just let Mad-Eye... Oh, you know what? I should have turned you... Wait, can't I turn you into a demon too? Unavailable followers dissenting. I see. And it's technically not the next day. So I can't do that. I just don't want you to steal money from me. I have so much money. Guys, gotta spend all my money. Where do you want to kiss? Thanks. And then give me money. Do you want a gift? Oh, you already have a gift, right? Yeah, you already have a gift. Okay. Alright, go do something. Go do work. Oh, what can I build? Compost bin, farmer station 2. Farmers will be able to harvest your crops. Oh my god, yes! Do that for me! Oh my god! Harvest crops! That's literally all I want is for you guys to do the work for me. I don't want to do work ever again. Give off right. Go vomit in a corner somewhere. Warning, once the Woolhaven DLC is activated, the save file will only be playable whilst Woolhaven is installed. Have I not had it? Have I not had it at all? What? What do you mean? I thought Woolhaven was on the entire time. Last of the Lambs, heed the mountain's call. Deep in its heart, power awaits. Okay, so I guess I wasn't playing Woolhaven this entire time. My bad, YBZ. Heed my call. I have waited for thee, last of the lambs, in the frost and silence. This color palette is hurting my brain. Heed my call. I am the mother of the flock, state and death, and I summon you to service. Heed my call. The mountain calls you home. Come home, lost lamb. Come home. The music is really nice. Hello? It's hurting my eyeballs. Like, it's really pretty, but it's hurting my eyeballs. What's happening? Gherkins jerkins. I don't want to go there yet. I'm scared. No! 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 It's the Brooklyn jail! Go back to jail! I can't put you in jail. Oh my god. Look at you. Prison. Jackie. In prison. Oh my god. Go back. Oh, thank god. Oh my god, Jackie. Don't ever do that ever again. Scared the hell out of me. I've never seen someone break out of jail before. Like, I've seen people with the traits, but I've never seen it happen before. It's the Gherkin of Jerkins! Or Jerkins Gherkins. No, no, no. No, no. Hold on. I can't put Mad Eye in jail. It won't let me. It won't let me. It won't let me kill him. There are not enough beds for your followers. Okay. Re-educate. Oh, you're not cured yet. No! Okay. All right, let's see. Oh, first of all, we have to rebuild our beds. Oh, here we go. Guys, we might have to sacrifice people. And by people, I mean Mad Eye. I have so much money. Can we kill Mad Eye? Again? Oh, I don't have any bones! Okay, I don't have any bones. Oh, no! The Gherkin, yeah, it's... I heard. Oh no. Okay. No. Oh, okay. No. Mad Eye's a demon right now, so we don't need to worry about him. Mad Eye's a demon. We're good. We're safe from him for now. All right. Let's go. Oop. Let's go buy a follower. It's probably gonna be for $100 again. God, why is this so expensive? They're like, ever since beating the game, they're all $100 now. That's why I made you guys give me money. I'd do it again. All right, let's go see what's over here. You beating the game? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. These look like graves, like empty graves. Ingia in the shadow of your... Oh, okay. All right. Are those rats? What's happening? Rats! Shout to Ghost! Oh! I am in a mission. Apparently. Press the heavy attack button to perform heavy attacks. Each weapon has a unique heavy attack for you to master and use a small amount of fervor. That's alright, I have infinite fervor, so I don't care what happens. Bay! Mwah! They grow the forehead, kissy. Long live the free pack. Holy shit nipples. Whoa! Whoa! Alright, our goal is to collect bones. That's what we're doing. We're collecting bones. Whoa! 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 Yes! Yes! I have missiles. Oh, I just realized Zombie Mad Eye is with us, too. Cool. Yeah, I gotta click. What's up, V? Yo, V, happy Wednesday/Thursday! Trying everyone's time zones. So my goal is to get, like, what? Was it 125 bones? How many bones do I want? Oh, what's this? It's like a really pretty flower-looking thing. What's that? Oh, it is a collectible. It's called a snowdrop. Oh, there are bones in here. Perfect. This, like, weapon is insane. Look at this little cutscene! Oh my god! What? He is so cute! Super Meat Boy? One of our kind, last of our kind. You have awoken her, awoken winter. But lost, lost, we are lost. Please shepherd us home to the cold mother. Call lost souls home. Oh. Oh, I can break these! Oh, good. Yes, I need bones. So actually, I would love to keep breaking them. Sorry if I shouldn't do that. But I need these bones. You guys understand, I need them. I need bones! Sorry, ice homies. Alright. Weird. Only got 41 bones. That's not enough. Oh! 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 Oh, it says Mad Eye's no longer a demon. But is he okay, hold on. Hold on. We gotta make sure he doesn't kill people anymore. Hold on. This is my best anti-zombie strategy that you guys are gonna have to deal with. It's the only anti-zombie strategy I can think of. Affects who you could... I don't know. Oh, that's gonna be stuck in my head. Don't you dare. Oh, I need 2... Okay, I need 2 more gold. Hurry up. Oh, here, let's, while that's doing that, let's do our last follower thing, follower raffle of the day, and then we'll start playing Outlast Trials. I can't finish reading that, because that will get stuck in my head. How do you join again? There should be a prompt on your screen right now. If you don't see one, try refreshing. Man, people are really, really mad at my Resident Evil videos. People are really fucking mad. Don't talk to my friend like that. People are really, really mad, man. It's aggressive. But remember, I have very similar content. Like, I'm not comparing myself to Jacksepticeye, Markiplier, Queso, but I have that same energy where I'm loud, obnoxious, cringe, just like them. And that's not bad. That's just like, it's just what we are as like entertainers. But the thing is, when a man does it, it's funny. When a fat autistic woman does it, it's cringe and she's too loud and women ... you know? So it's really hypocritical. And it just goes to show like the misogyny that exists on you know the internet. So hands ready for everyone, truly. Bay, welcome to the call. Are you a little raccoon? So cute! You are virtuous. You produce sin 20% slower. You are hedonist. You gain productivity, or decreases productivity by 10%, but increases sin generation by 15%. Okay. And you're a jerk. You like to cause mischief. I'm sorry, but the fact that this game just called you a jerk is so funny to me. What is that poop? Okay, hold on. I see a very special poop upstairs. Go farm. Okay, hold on. What's this? What do you want? I don't know about this. If you were truly a great leader, wouldn't this place look nicer? Build decorations? I'll think about it. Why are you all scared? Are you scared of me or of the zombie Mad Eye? Can I build this yet? Oh my god, I need one more. Can you guys hurry up? Hurry up. Thank you. I just want to build this last thing. Oh, wait. Oh, I need more wood. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Wait, do I need more wood? I do. I do need more wood. What's up, Quinny? Quinny, happy Wednesday / Thursday. Have a good night, Problem Child. Problem Child, thank you so much for hanging out. Everybody say good night, Problem Child. Uh-oh. It says that we have a lot of germs in our camp, which I think it's just cleaning this, right? Oh, okay, yeah, it's this. I was like, does War vomiting in his corner again? But no, it's just that. I've got some. Whoa! You can always read their minds to see what's wrong. Oh, can I? All right. Who's upset right now? Oh, you. Oh. You. No, not you. You. I see. What's wrong? Snow. Wow, look at it fall. Winter's here. It's so chilly. Oh, are you cold? Oh, are you cold? What am I supposed to do about that? Damn, Jackie, I can't control the weather. What's up, Fancy? Fancy, you are so alive. Problem Child, I hope you feel better. I really hope you feel better. You're well, damn, Jackie, I can't control the weather. What did you do to me? I don't remember. I think I actually think I sacrificed you because I died in a level and I needed to sacrifice somebody to come back to life. I think that's actually what happened. And you gave me like the most amount of hearts. Alright, let's save. Oh, wrong button, sorry. There we go. I died for you? And you did. And to be fair, I did get a lot of hearts from you because you were such a high level. And there is a chance to bring you back. But I also have like 40 other people that are dead, so. Alright, let's do some Outlast trials. But to be fair, your sacrifice was not made in vain. Listen, I only killed like, I think, not including old age. I think I've killed like 5 people. Yay, I'm the sacrifice. I think that's the voice he does, right? Eclipse. Mwah. Oh, thank you for the forehead kissy. Sorry, stretch it. Ooh, should we do a back crack? Should we see if we can back crack? Oh, man. Oh, yeah. You killed me? Did I? Oh, the blue one! I like the, Palm Bomb. I'm so jealous of your back right now. I think I'm gonna play again on Friday. Outlast Trials. Calls the Lamb. Sorry. Oh, Eclipse! Get some sleep, angel face. Also, did you pick a new, color for your name? Or were you always the light green? Or when did you change to light green? But yeah, this Friday is going to be my last day of my Hobbit walking challenge for the 172 days walking in a row. And I'm going to do it live on stream. Yippee! Oh, you did it yesterday? I like it. I like the light green. Give treats. I got you. Jasper's still not here. Which is weird. Because usually he's here, like, messing with me, you know? Here you go, Bill. All right. What do I want my stream title to be? I know that things are going wrong for me. I'll just call it Outlast Trials. Sure. Yeah. Can I outlast these trials? Cheeks? Just cheeks? Meow, 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 meow. Alright, remember there's a jump scare at the beginning of the game. Remember there's a jump scare in the title screen. Remember there's a jump scare in the title screen. There's going to be a jump scare in the title screen, Pixel. Jump scare in the title screen. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Jump scare. It's coming! I'm going to pee before we start, too, by the way. Outlast these cheeks! Outlast these nuts! The game is like taking a while to load. Ah, there it is. Aha! Hello? Hey, how do you, question. How do I open up, or how do I move things from, like, one screen to another? Because Outlast Trials is not moving. It's on my OBS screen, and it's not moving over in the normal way. Where, like, you Alt-Shift or whatever. Hold on, I can't see chat right now. Oh, I have to pick it manually. Okay, never mind. That's weird that I can't just, like, do the normal... Yeah. See, that's what I was trying, Spades, but it wasn't working. So it's weird that I have to do it manually. Because I'm pressing the Windows and the arrow key, or the Windows Shift arrow key, and it's not working, so. Weird. I've never had any sort of application where I had to do it manually, but that's fine. Oh, really? Okay. Enjoy your leg. Also, thank you for the 25 stream streak. Okay. I thought I was crazy. Holy lag, Batman. Oh, are we better? Sorry, I couldn't see my my thing. It's been a while since I opened Outlast Trial, so it might just be me not being loading the game for a while. Shabby, do you want to play Outlast Trials with me? Really, Spades? That's annoying. That is annoying. Hopefully it's not lagging anymore. Yeah, fine. Okay. Maybe. No pressure. I am gonna go piss, girl, if you guys don't mind. I'm gonna go pee before we start again. I will be right back. I want to play an ad while I'm peeing because might as well, so you guys don't miss anything. Go piss, girl. Thanks, guys. All right. Sorry if I missed anyone's messages while I was doing that. You love this emote? Thanks, Cookie Dough! I think it's the most recent emote that I commissioned. Alright. I'm gonna go pee-pee. I will be right back. Oh, actually, let me change my Outlast Trials. There we go. Let me change my scene. There we go. Okay. Be right back. Was there like a oh, there's a trap right here. Okay, bye. What's up, brah? Hello. W message. Hello. There's someone in WikiWay, but they don't nearly taste as weird. Interesting. Well, it also might be like an America thing, because like I feel like America's like chocolate is like shit. It's the gates are done? Or not the gates are done. The gens are done? Oh my god. Guys, I touched one generator. Oh. He doesn't want the sauce, guys. He doesn't want the sauce. Kit Kats are so good. Yeah, America just has like really like shit overprocessed garbage. However, speaking of which, hey Raven, if you want to try some American candy, I'll send some to you. Damn. I think this heal's going pretty slow, even with a medkit. Oh, I thought you would go for me. Damn, sorry, Fugman. Damn, that's funny as shit. Alright, well, I guess I'll go save my friends or something. Oh my god, I'm gonna step in a trap, though. Kit Kats are good. Kit Kats are always good. I don't think I've ever had a bad Kit Kat. Yo, don't they have like a bunch of like different like flavored Kit Kats? Like you get like a strawberry like flavored one, like a matcha flavored one. I would like that. Oh God! Guys, did I just smack both killers? No! Nah! Did I just get both killers? Can someone go back and see if I got both of them? Oh no! Ah! I'm going down. I'm yelling timber, you better move, you better dance. Where was the door, guys? Guys, where was the door? Oh no, I'm ah! Ah! There's the door, bitch! No, I deserve. Let me, Sable. Can someone please clip me, stunning both killers, please? I will actually, like, kiss and make out with you. What? Oh my god, you're so hot. Oh my god, you're so hot. Guys. There's a door over here, right? Oh my god, Sable,
You will
please get out.
never
I hope Sable
believe
gets out.
who I
Guys,
found.
Sable gets out, right?
You'll never
Wait, was there a door over here?
believe
Shit, I was...
it.
What's Halo? Come here. Come here. Look who I found. Yay! What's up, Fiberglass? Fiberglass. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Cookies? What kind of cookies? Hello, Chonky Boy. I have a name, Raven. I have a name. I'm joking. Sorry. What's up, Fiberglass? Fiberglass, happy Wednesday. Canadian doesn't exist because it's a made-up place? Oh my god, I always bought candy, specifically American. What's the one that I still need to send you, Raven? What's the one kind of M&M's I need to send you? Is it peanut or peanut butter or is it pretzel? I feel like it starts with a P. Oh my god! Oh, please get some coffee, Baba Penguin. I heard cookie. Penis! Not the penis. Yes! Oh my god, Moon. We love that clip so much. Happy Wednesday, Fiberglass. Hope you're doing so good. Penis! Yes. Specifically with a lisp. I like pretzels. Also a fan of the caramel. Oh my god! Those were so good that I actually, like, can feel them. I can feel the texture of them in my mouth right now. I love those so much. Rootsy! Oh, how is the audio, by the way? Is it loud? Is it quiet? What do we, ew. 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 What is this? Ew! I love it. Can I unlock it? Unlock. Do I want this? It's $500. Maybe. Rootsy. Thank you for the forehead kazoo. 500. I don't have $500. All right. Oh. Oh my god, look at everything. How is the audio? As loud as you are in your raccoon videos as a woman. Oh my god, shut the fuck up. It's been a roughish day. Hugs. Hugs for anybody who wants it. Unless you guys don't want the hug, guys, and double and give to next person. Also, usual suspects, Mad Eye, Samfire, Kyle, Shabby. Let me know if you guys want to play this game with me. You guys don't have to, but if you guys want, I would love to have you, but also no pressure. Hug chat. Big ol' hugs for chat. Oh. Oh, look at this. It has like little, oh, is this like an Easter thing? Should we warm up with our usual? Oh wait, what was there one thing that Shabby told me was easy to do solo? Was it this? Was it this? I think I'm supposed to do this solo because it's easier, right? Right, Raven. Yeah, they said that they'll maybe play. Max! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Let me give Rebirth a try. Because allegedly it's easier solo. So I'll give it a try. I'm probably not gonna do very well. It's been a couple weeks. How do you get the Eevee emotes? What Eevee emotes? Oh, the hug ones? That is a tier 3 sub emote. So if you're talking about that specific one, it's a tier 3 emote. So unfortunately, it's a higher tier sub. Sorry, but it is in the Discord. If you guys are in the Discord, you guys can use it anywhere in the Discord. But unfortunately, on Twitch, it's a tier 3 emote. Sorry. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. It's been so long since I played Outlast. Yeah, you got my cats for tier 1. I'm scared.
The trials are inside you now. If you can survive one final test, you can leave this place. This is the hostile womb from which you must claw your way to freedom, to power, to history. You will be a perfect weapon. The most innocent child ever.
So you think I'm perfect?
You're the future.
God, people are so mean to me. I live under a rock because I've never seen anything about... Oh, really? Oh, it's so much fun. I like the puzzles and, like, the RNG part of this game. I don't like the blood and gore, but it's alright. It is what it is. Oh. But Peanut! Not to be confused with Peanut. Limited items, more and deadly traps.
These boxes are tokens of your new identity.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Your private life. Deliver them to the proper authorities.
Deliver them to the proper authorities. I don't... Ah! Why would she do that? Why would she turn off the lights? Oh god, guys, I don't remember how to play this at all. That's fine. Interesting. Interesting. This game sucks. This game sucks. I still don't know where I'm like supposed to be going though. I don't want to like carry the stuff around with me. I don't want to carry the stuff around with me while I'm trying to figure out. Hide, okay. Oh, okay, lady. Try harder. Bitch, I'm trying. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I need to play this more? I need to play this more. I'm like a very old person who doesn't understand technology. Oh my god, that's so real. So I'm supposed to be like bringing these boxes somewhere. I don't know where though. I have 2 boxes. Yo! Psyscoff, right? I hope I'm saying that right. What's up, Psyscoff? Yo, welcome in.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh my god, I'm so scared right now. What's up, Chuckhead? Ah! 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 I hate this game. I hate this game so much. I hate this game so much. I hate this game so much. This game is stupid. This game is ass. Yo, what's up, Hexstrider? Oh my god, welcome in, Raiders. Oh my god, how was your stream? Sorry, I gotta hide. How was your stream? Also, thank you so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you. I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. How was Blooming Business Casino? Oh, it's dark. Okay. I'm scared. Welcome in, Raiders. We're currently playing Outlast Trials. I'm doing a rebirth trial right now. And I have no clue what I'm doing or what I need to do. So I'm just kind of like running around aimlessly, trying to figure out where to go and what to do.
5, 4, 3.
I'm like really lost right now. How is your stream up? Okay, this looks... Shh. Okay, okay, okay. I hope your stream was so good. We're playing something weird tonight, but it was relaxing. Oh my god. We just finished playing Call to Lamb.
Come here.
There's nothing in the trash again, actually. Idiot. We actually had just finished playing Call to Lamb. We just started this chaos.
2, 1.
Oh my god. But thank you so much for raiding. You guys could have raided anybody on Twitch, and now you guys are here. So thank you so much for being here. And I do have anonymous follow, so just don't worry, I won't call you out. But I do very much appreciate the follow. Sorry. This looks like... Alright, girl, you've got to stop turning the lights off, homie. I'm so lost. I'm so lost. Oh, is that a brick? Gimme. Yeah, I need that. I'm just enjoying my high. No, you're totally fine, Shabby. Oh my god. Please, enjoy your high. I am just...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Trying to figure out... So I have these two boxes that I'm allegedly supposed to put somewhere. I don't know where I'm supposed to put them. Oh, Shabby, hell yeah. You don't have to, but I am very happy to play with you. And excited to play with you. Okay, this is where it just was. Oh my god. Wait. Oh, that's nice. Hey, come here. Come here. I want to see what happens. It's same Shabby.
4, 3, 2, 1. On.
Ah! Nothing happens to him! Nothing happens to him! Nothing happens to him! Nothing! He's impervious! There has to be something obvious that I'm missing. Because I'm supposed to be putting these boxes somewhere. You know, what happens if I... Oh, is it because I'm making sound? Oh, okay. Alright, well, let's pick up this box and see if it gives me an objective. I hope it does. Because I don't really know what I'm supposed to do.
4.
Like a month? It feels, I think so for me, too. Oh, enjoy some Disney! Disney sounds like a nice thing to watch. I was actually rewatching Mary Poppins last night. Fun fact. Oh, I can run with this. Cool. Stop. Oh! Shabby started playing. Yeah, I don't see, like, any objective on where this is supposed to go. And my objective in, like, the top left corner just says, "Who are you?" That's the only thing it says. Besides that,
5, 4, 3.
it's not telling me or giving me any sort of, like, indication of where I'm supposed to go. I'm gonna keep carrying these boxes and see. I will find a prompt for something. Oh, not me trying to pause when you can't pause in this game. At the end of the left and right hallways, there will be places to drop the box in, so just go back to start where you got the first box first and whichever side sound, go down the corresponding hallway. Oh. Huh. Okay, you noticed that too, Bravo? Oh, wow, right. Was this the right hallway? Oh, okay, no, we saw that already. Oh, this is new. I don't think I've seen this part. Stop it! I have not been here yet. Finally, somewhere new. Wait. Wait, did I just go? Ah! You're such a cunt. I hate you. I hate you so much. Where's my brick? Alright. This is on this side. Did I go into a circle? So what'd you say? Go down to the end of the hallway?
4, 3, 2, 1, on.
Is it this? No.
They're watching. Don't let those old men see you sweat.
Please do not turn the lights on. Please keep the lights off. Okay! Alright. Holy, that did a lot of damage! Holy damage, Batman.
3, 2, 1, on.
Ah! Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We don't have to talk about it. We don't have to talk about it. We don't have to talk about it. Okay, so there's two of them. Did not know that. Oh, I don't know where I dropped my... Oh, there it is.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, on.
Okay, so there's a place so I can drop my box off here. End of the hallway. Here. You gotta stop, lady! You gotta stop! Should I be following these footprints? No, okay. Yo, what's up, Marissa? A hole in the wall? Yo, Marissa, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in. I have no clue what I'm doing. Marissa, how was your stream? Maybe in here? Try harder. Oh, how's your DBD? I'm sorry, Shabby. There's a hole in the wall. Ah! Am I stupid? Don't answer that. Look at here. New public record. Oh! Oh! How was your stream, Marissa? How was your DVD? It was fun. Hell yeah. Also, thank you very much for the shout out for Marissa. Marissa, if you need to go raid and run, do not feel bad. Do not feel bad by doing so. Please make sure you get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretches, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go Ika Pika Puka, stretch, go Chiri. Thank you so much for raid. Welcome in. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. I I know where I left it. It was right here. Okay. Okay, so we just need to find an office again, right? Is that? Wait, come back. Look for a similar area for the other box and the other TVs. Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you. TVs. Okay. Oh, okay. See, here I am looking for objective, like, things. See the words, hear the words.
3, 2, 1.
See the words, hear the words. Does it interact with this at all? No, okay. So... Okay, there was something that said try harder. I want to go back to that bathroom. Stop, it's so scary. Oh, is it? Oh, cool! Okay, I like those puzzles. I like those puzzles, so it's alright. I'm right with that. Oh, quiet, 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 quiet. There's one if you go back. Okay, I was
5, 4, 3, 2.
I was gonna go to this one because the guy was scaring me. No, I appreciate that. Because I literally have no clue what I'm doing right now. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. See the words, hear the words, see the words, hear the words.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Why speak big word when small word do job? Also, moon cards. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, okay, this is where I started. Okay. Well, we're back where we started. And I have made 0 progress. As usual. See? What does it say? Complete the therapy. Unlock the Trinity. The final step.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ah! Okay, well we know where she is. Actually, I don't want to lock that. I lied. I do not want that locked. I think that's going to be bad for Pixel. Listen for the radios. You can even go outside area at the garden downstairs. Oh! Welcome home, Spooky Dragon! Listen for the radios. You can even... I don't hear any radios. I don't hear anything. And these are the things that I tune, right? Like the stuff that I'm good at, right? Oh! 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 I see something unlocked. Okay. Never mind. Ah! What is that? What just happened? Ooh, something jumped me. I know what's funny? I didn't even see who jumped me. Fuck. 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 Alright. I thought this was gonna be easy. Yeah, it's not. Also, I really need batteries. What do you mean search corpse? Search corpse for what? Why am I searching a corpse for? I don't even know what I'm searching a corpse for. Oh no! Oh no! Okay. Observe the TVs. I need a battery. You. Oh, don't search the batteries yet. Okay, there it is. So, okay. I need a battery so bad. I hate this game so much. I hate this game so much. Oh, I think that's the guy that jumped me. I'm running out of battery. Shit. I'm so screwed. Oh. Ah! I just want to find a battery. That's all I want. I'm so scared. Can I redo this? Can I start from the beginning? Because now I know what to do. I did not know what to do at first, and now oh, man. Oh, here, give me. Oh my god, have a good night, Dragon, said a please. Ever say good night, Dragon? No, oh my god, Shabby, I appreciate you so much. Please tell me what to do. Battery? Oh, I don't want your health. Okay, well now I know I can go downstairs.
2, 1, on.
What was it? It was over here, right? I think. There it is. Bitch. This is my, I think it's my first time doing it solo. Can I do this? Sick. Okay, well she's definitely in that closet, right? What's up, Lady Mancho? Oh, there's a TV right here. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, I'm so scared right now. Oh, I think she's under there. See the words, hear the words. Okay, I think I've seen everything on that TV. Hi, Tiamur! Woo! Oh, I see. Why is it not working? Okay. Okay. Alright. Got it. I got it. My butthole's about to get reamed. Oh my god, hope you do the good. I hope I do the good too, thank you! I'm so scared.
Boy, I tell you, if I had these in the war.
Wait, I need another corpse. Oh! What's this? What's this? Do I need this?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, on.
Oh, I see him. Okay. Alright, so I need a club. Oh, here he is. Okay. I did not see one. But also, I'm blind as fuck, so. A moon quartz! Okay.
I'm gonna watch you.
I still have no clue what I'm doing. What do you mean film reel? This game sucks. Oh, yes, something I can do, chat.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, on.
Spider. 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 Spider.
Oh, I see it.
Spider. 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 Spider.
You're such a cunt. I hate this. I hate him so much. I was literally about to rejoice, being like, oh my god, I'm so glad this guy's not in the trial. He's in the trial! Spider. 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 It wouldn't be this easy. Where it'd be in here.
4,
Is it?
3, 2, 1, on.
Why? I don't know where to go now. Oh, man. Why can't we just have nice things? I love you, Boy Scouts! There should be doors leading somewhere. Okay, into the film reel move. Please no backseat. I'm just joking. Backseat me all the way, like, truly.
Hiding from mother only makes things worse. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, on.
Oh, I see. Okay, there's that. Does she get hurt by that? I don't think so. She probably doesn't get hurt by that. I didn't see any doors, but also I'm blind and I was running. Shit nipples. Oh, power line? Okay. See, I need to go through there. Sorry.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, on.
Oh, finally something I can do.
Lamb. 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 Lamb.
This game sucks! A double. Oh, I'd like to redeem a double against next person's game is just me. It's just a me out! If you actually tag me if you need me. No, you're totally fine, Spades. I will scream Spade system. Because if I just do it when I scream, then that'd be every moment of my life. Okay. I'm assuming I need one more.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, on.
I'm assuming I need one more of the thingies. Because what? It's I, Spider, Lamb, right? Oh, I'm gonna kill myself in game. Oh, that looked like a twin. Okay. Okay, another battery. I'm gonna
This might help.
hide in that. I don't really know where to go now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, on.
I need to do something. Maybe something more over here. Maybe I need to do something more on this side. I feel like there's more over on this side. Stop it! Can you stop turning off? You gotta stop turning off the lights, lady. So I should be somewhere outside. Oh, outside with the Okay, 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 okay. Oh, come on. Okay. Okay. Out here, right? Whoa! Not out there? Generator stuff? Follow the walls. One of the doors leads to a whole other area. Okay, so not this area. Okay. One of the doors leads to a whole other area. Oh my god, Amy, that was scary. Okay, so not there. Ah! You're such a cum-guzzling slut. Sorry. I mean, me too, but I'm sorry. I'm joking. I'm sorry. Me who hasn't had sex in over a year. Cum-guzzling slut. Sorry. Okay. I can't go out here yet. Right? I'm in this game. Shut up. I'm over here.
Spider. Spider.
Yeah. Spider.
Spider.
Follow the walls. Follow the walls. Follow the walls.
Spider.
Okay. You know what? I don't think I went this way yet. Oh, it's okay. This is this way. Okay. And then this is the bathroom. Okay. Oh. I'm so glad I got a battery booster at the beginning of this because I would not have been able to make it this far without it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, on.
So this is where I need to go. But I can't go here yet. The power line? Yeah, Shabby. I don't know how to do this without you. There's also this area here. I don't know how to get in through here yet. Go this way. There's gotta be something I can open over there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Shut up. There's a button I'm supposed to be pressing. All right. All right. Oh, there's more to follow. Okay. Okay. Oh! I'll go that way in a second. Ah! This is what I wanted. Alright, I have not been here yet. I just wanna, okay. Oh, here! Okay. Okay, we made it somewhere new. Making somewhere new is very good. Let's see if I is here. No. Sorry, I'm just gonna make sure I'm not, like, missing anything. Okay. Hide. Okay. Hide. Sorry, I'm just gonna make sure I'm not missing anything here. Another battery. Okay. Well, there's that.
Who's going to do it?
Now, I'm gonna go outside now. Now that I know that that's there. Ah, fuck. Shit nipples. Oh my god, I fell again. This game sucks. He's really unfortunate because he's literally right where I need to go. So I think I'm just gonna do this. Oh my god. Lindona, please. I'm scared. I'm just gonna go somewhere to hide. Hide, hide, hide. Oh, okay. I'm hiding. I can absolutely hide. Okay. Alright. So that's where I need to go to drop off the gas. What do you mean you see me? You don't see me. You don't see me. I'm so scared. This sucks. Should we do the Lily Yvette trial? What is like, I know there is something new to do with the trials. I just don't know what they are yet. Okay. Jesus H. Christ.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, on.
Okay. And then I can't start it yet because it needs the gas. Okay. Well, let me check the rest of here, making sure I'm not missing anything here. Because I did just run really quickly without looking at anything. Am I supposed to press a button down here? Or is that just go for the... Okay, that's just the generator. Okay.
Bambino, the indignity of
Alright. Let's go back and get the gas. Carefully. He's the most annoying fucker, so he needs to get away from me.
2,
Gas right here, okay. Oh, the button was earlier. I think I just focused on the generator. Okay. Alright, sounds good. Okay. Okay. Alright. I'm ready. I'm so ready for this. This is so easy. Alright, he's there. I hear you breathing. Someone over here. I don't hear knocking, but I might hear something. You might hear something that sounds like knocking, but I don't think it's not. No, someone's Subo. Okay. What did I say? Because I can see how some things could sound like knocking in this game.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh, you're such a see you next Tuesday. Hide. Take longer. Take longer to hide.
Don't distract you with that salty tongue, dearest.
Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Oh my god. This game sucks. Oh, sorry. So theoretically that opens that one door that was previously locked, right? Oh my god. I love this game so much, but oh my god, I hate this game so much. What did she just say? What did you just say? What did you just say about tickling? Alright. You go ahead and you tickle whatever you want, lady. I've never made noise ever in my life, ever. Oh, poops. I don't find myself coming back here, so I'm just gonna use that. It's alright. I don't remember where that one door was that was locked. I know it's not in this area. I'm so scared right now.
I see you, shitbird. I see everything. I'm gonna watch you bleed, and I'm gonna watch you die. I see everything. Everything.
I need to move just like a little bit. But not towards me.
It's like
Good boy.
future's here already.
Alright. Because now I can open this door. Yes, it was over here.
5,
I think.
4, 3,
Oh.
2, 1, on.
No. That's where I just was?
Might as well be wearing fucking tabs.
Spider. Spider. Spider.
Night vision.
Spider. 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 Spider.
I just gotta find where that generator opened, right?
Spider. Spider.
Shut up, Spider-Man. Huh. Do I go back to the beginning area?
History conductor.
Oh no, we already did that one. Ah! Oh! Did this open? Is this new? No. Is this... I can't tell if this is new or not. Nope. This is not new. This is the house I was just in, right? Actually, I haven't been down here, though. I haven't been down here, though. It's alright. It's alright. Aha! 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 There we go. Cool. Alright, we got it. Eureka! Cool. Cool, 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 cool. You know what would help? Some Nuka Cherry. Alright. Cool. God, that's so good. Just liquid cherry Jolly Rancher. Okay. Lintana! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kiss. Ah!
You'll be a night owl. Great fucking bird of prey. Sons of bitches.
quietly as I can. Walk up here. Alright, so this is what I... Oh, sorry, I was on the wrong one. Oi, Shamoy. Wait, what's up, Jesus? Happy Wednesday / Thursday, 2 your time zone. Another adrenaline. Okay. Okay. So I still need to see the words. Oh. So I've done the hear the words. I just need to do the see the words. Which one is the see the words, Shabby? Is that the film reel? So I need to do like another film reel or something? Is this a hiding spot? Oh, it is. Cool. Okay, good to know, good to know, good to know, good to know. Can I go downstairs? Oh, this is the same place, right? This is the generator? It's on, okay. Oh, okay. So go back to the film reel. Okay, I'm gonna pretend like I know exactly where that is. Now, wouldn't it be so crazy if I used an adrenaline? You're a cunt. You know that? Thank you. Shit, where was the adrenaline? Or not the adrenaline, the film reel. Was it this one? I don't remember. Ah, poops. It was right here, okay. Oh! Hey! Yes! I'm doing my first solo rebirth. No way. Bitch! I just saw that, by the way. I just saw that, that wire, yeah.
We lost them.
They underestimate your endurance.
I thought that I was safe there, by the way. I thought I was safe during that, like, cutscene. Alright, so apparently I wasn't. Well, now where do I go?
5, 4, 3.
It just says rebirth, so I think I just go back to the beginning, maybe? So hard, my first solo rebirth is my first solo rebirth. I think I just go back to the beginning. I'm just gonna go back to the beginning. Because it just says rebirth is my objective. Go to the middle area, beginning, okay. Okay. Hopefully fuckface McGillicuddy is not blocking me. Okay, he's not. Yes, he is. He's exactly where I need to be. Alright. Is there a bottle? I could shove up his ass or something. Can I hide and heal or something? Or no, because I already healed. Okay. Yeah, plus fuckhead McGee. Alright. He got me. Ooh! Oh, he got me good. Can I leave? Can I go home? Can I go home? No? Can't go home yet? Oh, what's this? Oh. Ah! Wow, look at me, my big, giant, wrinkly, wet brain. Wow! I want you to know, Shabby, I have no health right now. I mean, and by no health, I mean I have 50% health. Thank you so much for that warning. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that warning. Holy shit. Oh, I have full health now. I have full health. I saw that. What's happening? Am I dead? God? Oh, trigger warning? Okay, good to know. Shabby, I don't know what I would do without you. I'm just moving forward. Next scenes? Okay, good to know. Thank you for lurking. Can I sprint? I I can't. Running. My eye! Oh. Yeah. Wow, good call, Shabby. Holy shit. Wow. This is weird. Oh. This is why you don't do drugs, okay? This is why you don't do drugs, okay? Whoa! What is this?
Check that shit out.
Whoa! Homie, aren't you naked?
Spider, I
I'm sorry, but like picking like the most masculine voice and having like my like sexy girl body is just so funny to me. I'm sorry. Yeah, just the bikini brief, yeah. That they're adding the lizard meme. Oh no! No, I didn't, Ewok! Are they really? That's awesome. No, wait, Shabby, I'm not gonna lie, I would not have been able to do that without you. Thank you so much for your help. Holy! Can I skip? Sorry, credits. No disrespect to the credits, but... Whoa, that was awesome. And you're right, Shabby. Doing it solo is a lot easier, because I definitely, I mean, I struggle a lot when I do Rebirth, like, with you. And I struggled a lot doing that. But I didn't die, you know? So I feel like, you know, easier. That's awesome for adding the lizard skin, though. Can I skip this, too? Proxy reagent. A reagent has earned their freedom and somebody new must take their place. Choose a new identity. You will lose none of your progression. You have all the same rigs, upgrades, and accumulated trauma. You have lost nothing and still have so much to gain. Oh, it reset everything. No. I want to be my sexy lady.
Hello, friend.
Okay. I have my deep, sexy voice. But I want to be a lady. Why am I not a lady? Where's my girl?
Lizard.
Where's my face? Powerful and dainty. Ooh, sexy lady. Rick and Morty skins, Prime Rick and Pickle Rick, and the lizard, which apparently is from a Disney Pixar movie. Oh, really? Oh, I think this is the face I usually have. I think. So, no head. Okay, yeah, I think that's it. That is it. All right, and then what's the outfit I was wearing? I think I was wearing one of the dolls, right? I think I was wearing... Oh, but we should do one of the Easter ones, right?
Lizard.
For Easter. Easter coming up. Yeah, we'll be the Easter bunny.
Lizard.
And then... What do I usually have? Oh, the donut hole, right? Oh, I like this one, though. Oh, Lilia. Yeah, we'll do Lilia. And then... Oh, I like that one. Behavior. Ew. Cold. This is so creepy. Let's do that one, because it's super creepy. Podium pose. Yeah. Yeah, that's creepy. Okay, cool. I'm happy with that. So, no head. From Hoppers. Is Hoppers the name of the movie? So, no head. Haven't played in forever. Last time I checked, Lilia is on other maps. Is she really? No way. Oh, I don't like that at all. Just kidding. I love it. That was a very good challenge. I probably should have done a warm-up mission before I went straight into Rebirth, but you know what? We're here now. And we have Shabby! Yeah, sure. do I need to level up anything? Invasion, no. I do have some. Oh, he's got clamps. Me too. Let's go do this. Because I need to level up this. Thanks, Ladona. Jammer, stun. Ooh, let's do heal, right?
Good luck with that. If that gives you any trouble, let me know. Good luck. Hope that does the trick. You let me know.
All right, so we fully upgraded heal. Fully upgraded jammer. Fully upgraded that. Blinds. Let's just do that. And then loadout. Actually, let's see what daily tasks are. Do we have anything with healing? X-ray rig. Okay, and I don't have that unlocked, do I? No, sir. Stupid. Open. Bash open 3 locked doors. Spot 3 enemies with the X-ray rig. Weekly tasks. X-ray. Heal rig! Cool. Well, then we will put on the heal rig. And slippers hide and heal boosted. Alright. Alright, well, I'm ready. I love being taught that you get so much for rebirth after relapse, but it's difficult. Oh, it's super difficult. It really is. Oh, whoa. Whose room is this? Bubba's Oh, I love that. Oh, that's so cute. Awooga. This is a really cool bedroom. I really like this bedroom. This is very cool. I like this one. I'm using that as inspiration. Oh, there's Bubba's Big Naturals. Let's see. So, Shabsters. Oh, look, we're twins! Wow! Now, agent of Bogomolova, to welcome Lilia to the Sinyala facility, Murkoff has granted her audience with all of the other Prime assets. For a limited time, Lilia will hide among the backdrop of every trial, waiting to pounce when you least expect it. God be with you, whether you want it or not. Is this what you were talking about wanting to do, Shabby? I do not want to do Pervert the Futterman, because that's the one I don't like, right? Hell yeah. Because Pervert the Futterman is the turning the guy into a sex toy, right? And then burning him at the end. I really don't like that level. It makes me unhappy in so many ways. But Poison the Medicine, I'm down for doing that one. Or Kill the Politician, because that one that's where we shoot like the acid water guns at him or something, right? Beguile the Children, I don't remember that one. Politician is easy. What I just hear? If you were talking about Pervert the Futterman, that one is one where it's like there's this guy who's like trapped and he's wearing this like fetish duck mask or something, like this like duck mask up here, and you like cover him in wax. They cut off his it's a whole thing. Cut off his schmeenus, and then like give him like boobs or something. It's really gross. Actually, just thinking about it makes me sick. I really don't like it. We'll do standard if that's okay. As a little warm-up. Oh, I'm actually like getting like sick just thinking about it. I really don't like that level. Yeah, I did not like that level. But Kill the Politician, I think that's the one where we fire acid water guns at him, right? Or something? I don't know. Oh, man.
Corporation encourages you to maintain a positive mental attitude.
I don't like that level at all. I'm always down to kill a politician. Hell yeah. Shabby, you get it.
Please step into the trial shell.
Yippee! What'd you say, me? Okay. And that's a joke. Wait, why does that look so funny? Oh, look, I got like a little carrot. Ladies.
You are the cleansing
Okay.
flood blood that washes away the
I'm excited to
lies.
see Lilia
People
pop up
are allowed to choose leaders
and
who
scale me.
poison the well of obedience with the bile of history. Then we must drown those leaders in that self-same bile. Kill the politician, cleanse his bones of flesh, and we will let you out.
I forgot how gross this game is, guys. I'll focus objectives to try to survive and get the gems if you think that would be easier. Oh! Okay, so we still have to do the gems, like, in Lilia's thing? Okay. I will do whatever you tell me to do. Wait, what did you do? You jumped backwards? Oh, I do like that. So we still have to get gems! Stamina booster. Collect the amulets. Okay, do we... Oh, whoa, so fast. Oh, and I have a heal reg. Okay. Woo! Jesus Christ. Fuse required. Find fuses. Oh, I did it again, chicks. I did it again. Take fuse. Oh, give me a Dwennowin. Yes, please. God, yes. Oh. Can you move? You're such a cheater. Whoa! Guys, it's been a while since I played, alright? I don't want to talk about it. What's up, General Ray? I hope you've had a great, hope you had a great day being awesome. Literally know you. I did not have a good day today, but it's been great ever since I started streaming. No way. You want me to take this? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Look at them. She's everywhere. I hope you had a fantastic day. Oi, chamoy. All right. Yep. I heard you coming. I just wanted to unlock that before you got there. Oh, you need assistance? My bad. I'm glad it's better now. Thank you, General. Like, I literally, I do struggle the most when I'm not streaming. But when I'm streaming, you guys give me, like, the most perfect and wonderful distraction. So it's not so bad. Oh, okay, so I'm gonna make sure that was the real Shabby. Will real Shabby please stand up? Okay. Should I put this here? Fuse box. Okay. Well, we know where she is, so I can run safely through that. Pick up? Am I supposed to pick that up? Oh. That's good. Oh, we want that. Okay. We want those. I see. That's what they look like. So we don't need black lights. That's good to know. Alright. This door is gonna kill me. So don't die. Got it. Easy. saying you get it. It's very well done because it's so viscerally disturbing, but I wouldn't be able to play it. Yeah. 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 Like, I love this game because I love the puzzles. And I love, like, the RNG. Oh, fuse required. Why would I put a fuse in there? I love the RNG. I love how satisfied I feel when I finish a level. But god damn, do I really hate the gore and the bloodiness of it, you know? We're good. I do it enough professionally. So real. So real. Oh, walking up to those Lilias are pretty scary. Alright, this door's not gonna kill me, is it? You know what? Maybe I should have opened the health box instead, but it's okay. What's in here? I'll grab the battery. Oh, and then pink down. So like that. I give you still play this. It's making a comeback. I have it down, but nobody to play with. I don't know about comeback. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. You know, I'll drop the bandages. I don't know about comeback. All I know is that I started really playing it again. Oh shit. End of, like, what was it, like December of last year, or like September? I don't remember. It was sometime last year. When I did, they paid me to do a sponsor stream for it, so I was like, well, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, you could pay me to play this game. Shoot. And then ever since then, I've been playing it. Every, like, couple weeks or so, or every couple times a week. They look like... Why am I being chased? Is someone chasing me? Am I in combat? What is happening? Why does it sound like we're in combat? Oh my god. Okay. I guess I'm okay. Oh, I hear her. Ah, there she is. I have a fuse. Oh, shit. Of course. Yep, there it is. All right. That's all right. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh my god. Let me out. Okay. We're fine. Wow! Billy Pop, can you stop? You guys say about have a good night, War! Everybody say good night, War. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate you. Oh my god. Good night, War. Oh, have the best rest of your week, homie. Alright, we're fine. I still have the fuse, right? I do still have a fuse, okay. I will unlock this, actually. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Aw, thanks, guys, for saying goodnight to War. I will bring this for Shabby. I will disarm you, because you're going to be a problem. It's not a problem anymore. A tiger fact? Oh, I'm down for a tiger fact. Hey! If if I could delete any character in the game, it would be this person. If I could delete any person in this game, it would be this person. I don't need to use the healing rig, but I wanted to use the healing rig because I think there's a challenge for it. Alright, where do I put this fuse in the little fusey fuse? Let's regroup. I like regrouping. Y'all want to say cute butt? Oh, I hear her. Hold on, Shammy. Oh, I found the fuse. Oh. Oh, do I not need this anymore? Oh, you know what? I don't think I need this anymore. I'm just gonna drop it.
What's that?
All right, Mr. Twins man. Okay. It's like $2. Wasn't even like $2, like 5 cents. Oh, is this box like big? That moose like apples so much that they eat like once they found in the ground whose sugars have fermented alcohol gets smashed on fermented apples. I feel like I've heard a similar fact to that before. I don't know if it was about mooses specifically. And flip cars aside to the Nissan Altima. Shout out to the Nissan Altimas. That is very funny. But you know what? Apples are good. I don't blame them. That's very funny. Huh. Nice. It's like $5. Who's here? I hear you. How much money were you supposed to make? Oh, okay. Oh, confetti! It's a parade! You know what? Oh, I kind of want... I kind of want to pick up that fuse that I dropped, just in case we need it. Shit, I don't remember where I dropped it, though. I don't remember where I dropped it. Did we pick up all the metals that we needed? I hear you. Ah, there she is. Fix the water pressure in the service room. Okay. Oh, big boy too. Oh, I missed it. Try to pin them. Okay. Excuse you. Like alcohol found in nature. That's why many anthropologists suggest booze is one of the first man-made foods humans create along with bread, cheese, and barbecue. Interesting! It is fascinating! What's up, Birdie Hiko? What's up, Baka Blast? Yo, welcome in, readers! Yo, how was your stream? Welcome, welcome. Beauty and Body Art, what the heck were you doing? Holy. Ooh. Oh, welcome in, readers! We are currently playing Outlast Trials. I'm playing with the homie Shabby Tugboat. Help is on the way, theater! Yo, how was your stream? Welcome in, welcome in. What the heck were you up to? Happy Wednesday, my dudes. Oh, shit, nipples. That's really homophobic. Oh, yep, there it is. Oh, no, Shabby, you're perfect. That was very helpful. That specific fuse was very, very helpful. Twas the perfect fuse. Man, I want to go back because I like those puzzles. But she's ruining everything for me. Oh, Shabby's right here. Okay, well, don't bring him to Shabby, Pixel. What are you doing? All right, well, I guess I'll go back upstairs now. I made myself as a character from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Is that an anime? Sorry if that's a dumb question. I don't know things. I'm a very ignorant person. Oh my god, that is awesome though. Target pressure 57. Okay. Okay. Oh, math. Oh, was it? What do we do? Okay, I need to keep this on. Ah, jeez. 7. No. Oh, I hate being stupid, guys. Oh, just kidding. I'm the smartest man in the world. JoJo's great, known for big, muscly men and very fashionable clothes and poses. Okay. Okay, then I have heard of it. I think if I've seen a character, I would recognize it because... You can't get me. You can't get me. You can't get me. Oh, are you coming to get me? Raggy. Oh.
This might help.
Whoopsies. Anywho, what was I doing? Ah! I'm gonna fucking kill. The worst character in the game. The worst character in the game. I hate this person so much. Oh my god, I just wanted to hide. I just wanted to hide. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to hide. I hate this game. I hate this game. Oh, also, Baka Blast, if you need to go raid and run, and not only that, but also do some content after, like take some pictures or videos or whatever, go get the heck out of here. Go get your post-stream self-care. And seriously, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you. But if you guys are curious who I am, hello! My name is... Pixel Kitchen! I'm a variety streamer, plays a lot of video games poorly, and streams them on the internet. We're here for a good time, not a long time. Let's see. Wait, we need to find the last one, right? The pouncers are so annoying. Diopo. Oh, okay. Okay, I recognize that term. What's up, Knight Centurion? Knight Centurion. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yeah, might as well, right? Look at this for Shabby. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna be a good little teammate. I brought you a gift. Whoop! Oh, we're listening to him. What's up, Candace? You show us all the ways not to play. You get me. Yo, enjoy your lurky turkey vodka. Seriously, thank you so much, Red. I appreciate you so much. Vodka blast. Oh, there we go. Now we get to have fun. Hello? Wait, why is my pump giving like baby pump? Oh, okay. I was like, why am I... There we go. I was like, why do I have like baby pump? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I did not mean to grab that. Oh, my butthole. Follow me, follow me. Follow me, follow me. You good boy. Who's a good little boy? I got stuck! I got stuck. Oh no! I keep getting stuck. Oh no. There we go. I keep getting stuck! Oh my god! I just like, I can't not get stuck. Oh, there it is. Yeesh. That's fine, I'm fine. You're fine. You're fine, sweetheart. Thank you. Also, Candace. Ah! You went through Shabby to kill me? That's rude. Candace. Mwah. Birdie. Mwah. Think with the forehead kiss. To be fair, this game does make you want to throw up sometimes, doesn't it? Oh my god. Easy! Oh, we have the same pose, too. That's cute. Not too shabby, not too shabby. That was fun. That was fun. Also, I like the Lilia stuff. Did we do the secondary thing? I think we did, right? Amulets? I don't know. Just a little barf as a treat is a crazy thing to say. Oh man. I haven't seen Trials yet. Oh really? It's for the Lilia catalog? Oh, okay, Shabby, okay. I'm totally down. I love everything to do with Lilia, so. Yeah, Outlast Trials is fun. It's just super gory, you know? And so, like, there's some missions that, like, I'll do, or, like, if I have to, but, like, I'll try to avoid them if I can. But
excellent work. They say you hurt the ones
I really
you
love the RNG. I love the puzzle.
the other way too.
I love how satisfying it is to survive and finish a puzzle. And it's fun to loop the prime assets, but yeah, I guess there's a Lilia catalog. Hold on. I haven't really looked at it. But I can't stand the gore. It is what it is. Oh! 2-year anniversary. Is it the 2-year anniversary of this game coming out? Of this game coming out? Oh, here it is. Is this it? It is. Okay, cool. Cool beans. Ah, I see, I see. And then... Wait, wasn't there something I literally needed, like, one more thing for? Was it this? It was this. Perfect. Okay. So that's the last thing I need for this catalog. Cool. Coming out. Outlast, but first Outlast. It's... Oh.
Check that shit out. Over there. Look at that.
Is this new? What was I saying? That'll bring me back to Trials. Do it! I haven't played the original Outlast for a long time, but I have played it, I think, twice or 3 times. I refuse to play the second Outlast game. I won't. That game is just... ugh. Ugh. Let's do... Oh, actually, tasks. Did I do all of my healing stuff I need to do? Avoid being grabbed by a pouncer. Yes. Use the heal rig. Okay, you know what? Then I think what I'm gonna do is buy the X-ray rig with my $2 that I have. Oh, I have $4? Yes, sir!
Anything I
And
can do to
then
help? Maybe that'll give you a fighting chance.
I'll add the X-ray because there's a challenge for that, so cool. Alright, what do we want to do now, Shapsters? I'm so high. Oh my god, I love that for you, Alice. Yeah, that's a first. My File Explorer just tried to crash my... Wait, what? Your File Explorer? What? Went back to 2 in October, it just wasn't enjoyable. I can't even watch people play it. It's so, like, ugh to me. Please get some food, Alice. Oh my god, playing DVD and show Ruben. Oh my god. What's up, King Hell? Alice, I love that for you. But it did not crash your PC, right? Like, your PC is safe? Yeah, Chevy, whenever you, take your time. But whenever you want, let me know which one you want to do next. It's good? Okay, good. Guys, happy Wednesday / Thursday. You're gonna pop an edible too? No way! Oh my god. Man, people are really mean to me on Instagram today, guys. Holy shit! Like, I can't even, like, keep up with, like, deleting and blocking all the people. Yeesh. Chill on it, homies. I swear, it's, like, each platform that I post on, whether it's, like, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, whatever, I swear, each time I post something, each platform takes a turn on being, like, the shitty platform. And today, it happens to be Instagram. Oh, and Facebook. So just Meta in general. And it's not enough. Try again. And again. Over. Unless you want to try a little new trial. with the Lilia thing. In this catalog? I'm gonna write a letter. No, it's fine. It's just, people are just being just really, really mean. I don't know, man. It is what it is, but it's just like, it's annoying. I'm just annoyed, you know? It's like, if I see something that I don't like on social media, I don't comment saying that I don't like this, you know? Because my opinion doesn't matter to the point where I feel like I need to tell someone that I don't like something, you know? I don't think so highly of myself that I need to let someone know that I don't like this thing that has been posted. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome. And just imagine how big of an ego you must have that you think that your opinion is so important that if you don't like something, you have to let the entire world know that you don't like it instead of just moving on, right? And the thing is, it's always the worst of the worst kind of people. It's always the people that don't take any care of themselves physically, that don't take care of themselves mentally, that don't take care of other people physically or mentally. Like, they have no care or any, like, self-awareness, and yet they're the ones that have the biggest mouths and have the most things to say. And it's always funny. It's like earlier today, someone's like called me fat, and it's like, whoa, like, oh my god, someone called me fat on the internet. Oh my god, let me just hold a parade. Like, that was the funniest thing you could ever say. And their profile picture was, you know, like, if it was them, and I'm sure it was, because why would you make that person your profile picture, was like you're commenting about how I look? You? Like, there's no self-awareness. You know what I mean? So, it's just, it's funny. We could do a regular one, maybe kill the snitch. Oh, like, without Lilia? Wait, without Lilia? Nothing fun happens on a straight road. That's what I always say. I don't know if I understand that idiom. Enjoy your recent comment? Oh, no. Ah! People yapping about critiquing others when their profile pictures like chin down and look like ghouls. Oh my god. Or better yet, it's like and like no hate to anime. Oh, that's fair. Okay, Shabby, no problem. All right, so what difficulty do you want to do? Oh my god, Jesus, yes. Oh my god, because it like Alice or Candace said, it's always the people that like, I don't care. Should we do psychosurgery? What the fuck is psychosurgery? I didn't know there was any. I didn't know there was anything past intensive. Oh, Raven. Most funny. I've never done this. I didn't even know that this was a thing. I'll try it. I'll try it. Absolutely. You've done it solo. Hey, you know what? I'm down to try it. I have X-ray, but exactly, Lintona. It's that lack of self-awareness. Oh, thanks, Royal Tiger. Alice, literally me last night. Not with a shroom, but with a gummy. Adding thumb to my insult list. Oh my god. Oh, I did start an ad, by the way, because I figure I might as well start it now. Because it was going to start in like 3 minutes anyway. So start it now. So, the ad doesn't play in the middle of the trial. I'm being mean to Goblin with some of the people.
Only we can tell you what is
What's up, Nom Nom? Thank you for the 4 KFC. And also,
inside the
thank you very
prison,
much for the 5
preparing to
stream
testify
stream. What the heck?
against our
Hope you're doing so good. Happy Wednesday/Thursday.
Kill the snitch.
Exactly. Like, I being a fat autistic woman on the internet, I'm used to being people's scapegoats. That post cringe stuff on the internet. I'm used to like being people's scapegoats for their own self-loathing. Like, they clearly hate how they look. They clearly hate how lonely they are. I had someone comment on a video today. I just deleted the comment and then blocked them. But I had someone comment on a video saying something like, it's so obvious that your community is full of gooners, and that's and something like I was wearing a long sleeve shirt, so no chest, no nothing like showing, and the video had nothing to do with like, there was no like, you know how I make jokes about like ladies, like I make jokes like that. It was just like a regular like jump scare video, and this person was like talking about how like, oh, it's so obvious that your community has no brains and only goons to you or something like that. I'm just like, what are you talking about? Like, first of all, like, I would understand if they're gonna be like a little bitch about it if I was wearing like a low cut shirt or whatever. Also, why do I only have three item slots? What the fuck? Oh,
Careful. Look.
do you see me from there? Ah! Why? Why are they so fast? This Shabby, I don't like this. Shabby, I don't like this. But like, this person just commented that randomly on this most like random ass video. It's like, what the heck? Ah, see, catastrophe, you get it. Also, I love your name, by the way. You're good. I'm gonna kill myself in game. I was standing here for 30 minutes. For 30 minutes. That took half my health. That took half my health. At least people are good over me. I don't know if I would say that, but I wanted to say something like, God damn, like, who hurt you or something like that. Like, clearly this person's been like, you're joking. This level sucks. Whoa! Oh my god, you have throwables. Oh my god. Oh, I'm almost dead. Oh my god. This is a crazy difficulty. Someone get me out of here. Nope. Nope. Get me out of here. Oh my god. This is... I'm so scared right now. Oh my god. Shabby, I thought that one of them was coming in. I got so scared. Hi, Astro! Oh my god, Astro, hope you're doing so good. On the big screen. Hi, guys. I am so scared right now. I need help. Somebody help me. Ah, nice. I got my daily tasks. Let's go. My eyes! Oh, Astro, happy Wednesday/Thursday. It's almost Thursday. Yeah, it's almost Thursday for me. Guys, I'm scared. Guys, I'm scared. Guys, I'm scared. I would have fucking... No way! Oh, Shabby, I don't know what I would do without you. I don't know what I would do without you. I need them to leave because I need to hide. Fuck. I'm trying to hide so I can use my hide and heal. Shit. Shit. Okay, that's fine. This is terrifying. Like, on God. Did I get you? Oh, you got, okay, you're good. Holy shit nipples. I need to find one place to hide, just one. It missed. I missed it. I missed it. You're kidding. I missed. Okay. You're fine. You're fine, Pixel. You're fine. I wanted health. I really, really, really wanted health. Guys, I'm so scared. There's nowhere to hide to heal. Oh! Oh, shit, we found one. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm so scared right now. No, 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 no. I've never played this level or this difficulty before. You're joking. You're joking. You're joking. That was my doppelganger. Okay, I think I'm good. Okay. There was a hiding spot that Chevy pinged. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh, it's right here. It's right here. It's right here. Oh, thank Christ. I didn't heal! Why did I heal? Why did I not heal? Oh my god. Maybe I don't have it in this game mode or something. Okay, that's fine. Okay, well, we know that there is a hiding spot there. Which is good. Okay, alright, got it. I heard her. Thank you. Oh my god. Because I almost ran right into her. You saw that. I almost ran right into her. You're okay, sweetheart. No one's gonna hurt you. No one's gonna hurt you. Not while I'm around. Nothing's gonna hurt you, no sir. Not while I'm around.
Dark night, I'm gonna let it shine. In the coldest dark of night, I'm gonna let it shine.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy moly. That sucked. Oh my god, I almost threw up.
What's helpful? Let's just do this thing.
Spotted berserker, good to know. Oh. Jesus. Oh, here we go. Ah! Okay. Oh, wait, are you asking for help? Oh, I see, sorry. Oh my god, is there gonna be health in there? Oh my god, Shabby, is there gonna be health in there? Oh! Oh! I took health booster, sorry. I took health booster, sorry. It's mine now. I don't need that. I will keep that. Whoa! Doppelganger. That's funny. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Cool. Alright, I am happy with what I have. I am very happy with what I have. Alright. Alright, good. Shabby just throwing. Oh, shit. Okay. I think pouring gas makes noise. Okay. Sorry, I didn't get the gas. I didn't get the gas. I didn't get it. Oh! Okay. Okay. I think if he's chasing Shabby, I can do this now. Yeah, okay. I think I can do this. I'm so scared. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm not scared. I just found the most unhinged job listing I've ever seen in life. Are you gonna show us? What's up? Hold on. Hold on. I have never actually, I don't think I ever said your name out loud. And I don't want to butcher it. It's been falling in front of her. Suzumi? Am I saying your name? I have no clue if I'm saying your name right. I don't think I've ever actually said your name. Have I ever said your name out loud? But hi, hope you're doing so good! No. I was gonna, sorry. I meant like in mod chat. Suzu! Okay, I hope I said it right. Oh, Shab, are you dead? Shab, are you dead? Shab, are you dead? Ugh! No, okay, you're alive. Okay, sorry. I got so scared. Oh my god. Happy Wednesday/Thursday. Alright, we're not doing too bad. Right? Right? We're not doing too bad? Question mark? I'm sorry. I'm taking so long. I'm scared. Oh, you put it in my... Okay, slay. I can't wait to see it. What's up, Rune Dragon? Rune Dragon, happy Wednesday / Thursday. It is officially Thursday for me now.
This way.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What do they expect us to do? Not the gas man. Are you kidding me? This is a difficult level, or difficult difficulty. Superior CST, you get it. Alright. Okay. Okay. Central okay, yeah. I believe it. Oh, Shabby needed my help. I'm sorry. Danger spotted. What does that mean? Oh, that's what that means. Okay. I agree. I was getting, I'm personally pretty great. This is my first time playing this difficulty level. What was it called? Slap my ass and I'm gonna kill myself. That's the skill, that's the skill level that we're at right now. I'm very unhappy to be playing this skill level. But that's fine. Alright, I see you. 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 I'm here. I'm so scared right now! Bitch, what did I do? How did they see me? Oh, okay. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, Shabby, I think it might be all over for me. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, I don't think this tells you where Crazy Juice is. Oh, okay. That's fine. It's fine. I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. Oh, shit. Shit, shit, shit. Large medicine. Large medicine. It won't let me take it. Oh, it wouldn't let me take it. I'm so sorry, Shabby. It wouldn't let me take the medicine. I tried. Sorry. Fuck. I tried so very hard to take it. I'm using it for daily quest. I probably should not have used it on the daily quest for my first time in this game mode. Shut up, there's one right here. I'm gonna pick that up. I'm gonna pick that up. But I was just using it for a daily quest. Holy shit, you decapit or you bleed out so much faster on this game mode. Holy crap. Or difficulty, whatever you want to call it. I don't think, and I think in this game or in this difficulty. Hi, Shabby. I don't think you could actually see each other.
I got you.
Oh my god, you're so hot. Thank you so much. I mean, maybe it's a good thing I didn't use my health, because now I can use it. Okay. Well, now that I'm not crazy anymore. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much. What's my main rig? I really like the, what's it called? Jammer? I do enjoy me a Gemma.
Looks helpful.
Oh. More bang for your buck. Ladies. Alright, I forgot. What are we looking for? Oh, keys. That's right. The moon. So we need a star, fire, and a mystery third one. Have a good night, Lintona! Lintona, thank you so much for hanging out, and thank you so much for the sound alerts, too. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your evening! Oh, what's this? What's this? What's this? The eye. Okay, well, I haven't seen any of those. Alright, so eye, star, fire. Okay. Stealth rig. Actually, I don't even remember what the stealth rig does. You see that? Me big stompers. Okay. Now, if I were a star key, a fire key, or an eye key, where would I be? Who's ready for it? Oh, totally! What's up, Irish Queen? Yes, we are on Outlast Trials right now. Also, hello, Shinobi! Any bodies in here? Any bodies? Jesus Christ. Yo, the ending part of this game is gonna be ass. Holy. With, what's his name? Cole or something? I don't fucking know. Oh! X-ray? R. Oh, I don't have this upgraded at all. Yeah, I don't have upgraded because I'm so lame. Oh. Oh! You found a key! Slay! Body block me too! You can jump over that! I never knew you could do that. Well, now I know. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Shabby found a key. We're fine. We're fine. You guys are worried. Whoa. Wait, hold on. What's that? Sorry, priorities. Whoa! Okay. Can I hide in there? No, of course. What is this? Do I need this? No, I don't. Oh, I see Shabby. I see Shabby. I didn't even do anything! Can I open this? Okay. Wait, what? Oh! Whoa! Whoa! Okay, first of all, it wouldn't let me open that door. Second of all, where the bitch were you? Alright. I'm sorry if I'm missing chat right now. I can't really look right now. Okay. all pigeons living in metro areas are actually the descendants of feral, domesticated racing and messenger pigeons that were used up until 1950s for racing and communication until telephone and landline infrastructure was standardized after World War II. Interesting. That's what I'm saying, Alice, right? The dogs are great. Well, yeah. Alright. So we still need Star and I. Oh my god, this game is ass. Okay, you looking at me scared the hell out of me. Alright. Oh my god. I found a hiding spot. Oh my god. Does hiding heal work? Alright, hiding heal doesn't work. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But I found a hiding spot. Oh! You found a star key. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh my god. There's a deluxe version of this game? What does the deluxe version come with? Is someone chasing me? Is someone chasing me? Is someone chasing me? Oh. Oh my god. Oh, you know what? No, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're literally safe. Nope. 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 I saw that at the last second. I saw that the very last second. Oh no! Oh, I'm so screwed. Whoa! Sorry, I really wanted to get the bunny key. Sorry. Alright, Oh, you already got that. Never mind. Sorry, ignore that. Oh, shit. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh my god. Oh, okay. It has like cosmetics. Cool, 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 cool. Shit. Where was that star key? I think it was this way, right? Can I not jump this? Okay, there we go. Shit. Where was that star? I was right there. I don't remember where. I found it. Do it, Leggedy. Alright, so I just need to find the I key. Oh, those are hideable. And that's hideable. Oh, now all hiding spots are here. Okay. 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 Why? Shh. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I don't care. I don't care. I'm doing it. Nope. I'm gonna make my way around. I'm gonna go to a hiding spot. Oh, okay. That's fine. That's fine. There's like 5 hiding spots here, right? Oh, what's up, cute Kelly? Oh my god. We're playing, Oh god. We're playing Outlast Trials on the hardest difficulty, and I've never played this on the hardest difficulty before, so I'm like scared. But you know, we're doing all right. The IE key has already been used. It is not. It is not. We need to find the I key and use the I key. I've seen gameplay. It's super fun. And this difficulty is super scary. Alright, I'm gonna push the homie. Oh, I don't... Where is he? Oh, there he is. He's all the way back there. Okay. I'm gonna try pushing him as far as I can. I'm gonna make 0 promises on how far he goes.
I did everything what God wanted me to.
Can you shut up? Can you shut up? You are a snitch, aren't you? I have half a mind to go all the way back. Oh, okay. I have half a mind to go all the way back and get that other large health potion that was back here. You know what I mean? I have half a mind. And I think I might, actually. I think I might go all the way back. Shabby, if I die, don't come for me. I think there was one more. Where's my teammate? I don't know. It doesn't show you in this game mode. Or in this difficulty level. Oh. I go too early. Shh. It's fine. It's fine. Ah! Ah! I regret coming here by myself. 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 I regret it. 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 What's up, Gym Leader Show? Oh my god. Okay, well now I don't remember. Now I don't know where I am. Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I used the health, didn't I? Did I use the health and didn't I? Oh no! Well, now I'm definitely screwed. Yep. All right. I'm sorry. Oh no. I'll definitely use one of the batteries. I didn't need to use one of the batteries. Please don't backseat me, por favor. How did you like Rec Room from you play? Without talking about like any spoilers or anything, because we want to honor the people who are watching here that are like don't really like want to hear Resident Evil spoilers. It was good. I very much enjoyed it. Currently running myself. This game is stressful. Yeah, Raccoon was very good. In school, that fire is bad for health. Hope that helps. Hey, thanks, Spades! Oh, finally. Man, this game mode, or this difficulty level is really hard. I think it would have been a lot easier, not easy, but it would have been a lot easier if I didn't have the X-ray rig. If I put on like my actual rig that I wanted. Yeah. Oh, spectate, yeah. Let's watch someone who actually knows what they're doing. Oh, please don't resurrect me. No, no, don't do it. No, 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 damn it! No, he probably needs me, though. Watch out. I nearly did, but I died. It was so close. Oh, you haven't rebirthed yet? I just did a rebirth. Right before stream. Or right before stream. Words are hard. When I first started Outlast Trials today, I started off with a rebirth. Oh, we gotta go, homie! And it was not fun. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Woo! My butthole. Yeah, having someone to play with to help take aggro helps a lot. Thank you, Shabby. I do have a revive thing on me, too. Oh! Yes! 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 Yes!
What that?
Alright. Oh no, there's a syringe there. Okay. Where is this? This is right by the last door, right? Alright, right by the last door has a respawn thing and a health thing. Oh. Oh my god, you're in full psychosis! I can help you! I can help you with that! Where are you? I'm right here. Oh, you know what? Oh, here we go. G, sorry. Yes, cool. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna grab this other health thing.
This might help.
Or do you want it? Should I grab that? I don't know. Should I health? I don't know if I should health. What's up, Zer? Yeah, sure. Yo, is there a happy Wednesday/Thursday depending on your time zone? Holy! What's up, Guffledge? Holy moly guacamole. You know what? I know exactly what I want to do. Hold on. Hold on. There's a hiding spot right here. I ain't afraid no ghosts. Yo, welcome in, Raiders! What's up, your local lesbian? What's up, Madison? Hi, Guffledge. What's up, lesbian? Yo, welcome in, Raiders. Oh my gosh, how was your stream? Oh, thank you for the shout out. How was Peak? Oh my gosh. So, fun fact. I have never played Peak before. Am I lame for that? No way! Yo, happy 5-year anniversary of being affiliate. That is very cool. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. An ad just started. I didn't see that. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Mods, I'm so sorry. I did not see that! Oh my gosh. Medicine. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Gothledge. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I'm the worst streamer ever. I didn't see the ads. I'm so sorry. I don't know how to type. I'm so sorry, homies. The same thing happens to me. You're all, oh my god, Zer, literally every single time. So, I very seldom get raided. I'm very grateful for any raids. And every time I do get a raid, ad. Literally. You're back. Oh, welcome back. I'm so sorry. Oh, how was your affiliate? Oh my god, actually, don't even answer any questions. God Lunch, you were streaming for like, what, 10 hours? Go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Truly, thank you so much. No, I'm so sorry, guys. But if you guys are new here, welcome in. My name is Pixel Kitten. I'm a variety streamer, Dead by Daylight creator. I play a lot of video games poorly, and I stream on the internet. Oh my gosh, we get it. Thank you guys so much for understanding. But please go get your post-stream self-care. We also have anonymous follows here, so I won't call you out for following, but I do appreciate. Thank you guys very much. 10 hours. We slay DVD and Peak, so I need to smoke. Oh my god, please do. Also, your local lesbian. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. This game sucks ass. We're playing on the most difficult. We're playing on the highest difficulty right now. I've never played this difficulty. It sucks. The fact that I found a hiding spot at all is insane. Yo, local lesbian? I don't remember them ever. Yeah, no. I'm playing with our homie Shabby Tugboat, who's in chat right now. Well, they're playing right now. I'm not cracked. I literally am nothing without Shabby. I'm literally nothing without Shabby. And we're about to do the last part of this gate, or the last part of this level, and I'm absolutely terrified. Absolutely terrified. But thank you guys so much for the follows. I do see the follows. Thank you so much. I just don't want to call you out, but I do appreciate it very much. But please, if you guys need to go raid and run, get your post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco pico puko sweat week. I need to make the tutorial. The tutorial is like super necessary to play this game too. I think I am gonna use this heal button. I don't think I should, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be shellfish. I'm gonna use my entire heal. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. You can't make me not do it. I'm gonna do it. Alright. Alright, so we have to bring the snitch over. We have to... Oh, okay.
Careful. Look.
This sucks. So we have to bring the snitch all the way over here. Hey! La, 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 la. Sorry, I got scared. Past all of these ass butts. And somehow... Oh, I don't know how we're gonna do this. Who's opening doors? Why would you open doors? Okay. Poor Shabby has been alone this entire time. Oh, there he is. Okay. Shabby, I have health if you need it. Woo! Alright, is he on me? I think he's on me. Good. Good, good. Come. 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 Ooh, stop! Stop coming! Stop coming! Why would you close the door that way, you freak? You can't run, I can't run, I can't run. Ah. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. This game sucks! I've played this before, but I've never played it on this difficulty. This is the highest difficulty. I've never played the highest. I've never played the highest difficulty before. It basically has every single enemy. Why? Why? Every single time. It has like every single enemy at once. What am I supposed to do? He's literally camping. Oh no, they got Shabby. I don't have any anti-crazy stuff. Shit. I don't have any anti-crazy stuff. Oh! He has one. Shabby has one. Okay. Okay. Oh, now you close the door the right way. Where's the snitch? Where's the snitch? Where's the snitch? Oh. Does Shabby push it? No way. No way. It's been here this whole time? I'm going. I'm going. I'm going. I'm going. Oh, I'm out of stamina. Oh my god. Oh, thanks! I got it for raising money for St. Jude a couple years ago. Ah! Oh my god, Shabby Tugboat, the man you are. Why is the music like this? Okay, I just want to get him in the thing. If we get him in the cage, we're good. Oh my god, wait, I'm tired. Hold on. Hold on, I'm tired. Shabby, I'm tired. I can't move. Okay, we're good. 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 Because you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hide. I'm going to hide. All right, Cole, come here. Cole, come here. Cole, come here. No, Cole. No, Cole. Okay. No. That's not me. That's not me. Okay. Okay. Alright, homie. Chill. Alright, Cole. Alright, Cole. Alright, Cole. Alright, actually, him being on me is crazy awesome. Because that gives Shabby time if there isn't anybody else over there. Which I'm sure there is somebody over there. Like, my doppelganger was right there. Cole, come here. Come here. Come here. Why is he pulsating like that? What is that? What do you want? Woo! Holy! Yes, 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 yes. No, 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 no. Cole, 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 no! Come here! Come here, you racist son of a bitch. Come here. Oh! Oh, no! Incapacitated. All right, that's fine. That's fine. I can do it. 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 All right. All right. That's right. Okay, Shabby being incapacitated is not good for Pixel. Shit, that's right. Homegirl, that is like the last place I wanted you to be, by the way. That's fine. Girly Pop knows where this is. Aw, pissing boots. Can I do this? Nope. Nope. Okay. What? Big boy. I'm doing this. I'm doing this. No way. But did I just kill him though? I may have just killed him. Oh. Okay. Alright. I'm dropping this right here. I'm dropping that for you, Shabby. Ah! Ah! I hate this game. I hate this game so much. Oh, why me? Okay. Okay. Ah, you're such a slut waffle. I'm doing it. Oh, yes, okay. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Oh my god. This game sucks. This game sucks. This game sucks. Nope. Nope. No, 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 no. Go, 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 go. Why would you run right into him? Oh my god. Oh my god. I think I found my new favorite game. Is it this? This game? Is it this game? No way. No way you did it. No way you did it. Now what? I'm going the long way. You need assistance? Doing what?
Head down.
Ah! Do you need this? Okay. We're in it together. Do you need this? Okay. Thanks. You're welcome. Sorry, I should have given you the other one. I have this if you need it. Okay, we're in this together. Right? Oh my god, look at all of them! Look at all of them! Look at all of them! I'm gonna KMS! That's fine. That's fine. I'm not scared. Why? Okay. No way! He can crawl out, right? That's a one-hit KO, right? It is. It is now. We should be fine. We'll be fine. That's fine. That's fine. Because we can both crawl out, right? Can we crawl out? Can I crawl out? Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Can I not crawl out? Does it not let me crawl out? Does it not let me leave? Does it not let me leave, Shabby? Does this game not let me leave? I thought we could crawl out. Am I too stupid? I'm not retrying that because I'm not doing that with the... It should have worked? Okay. So I think... So the game bugged then? That sucks. That sucks so much. Because, like, I could have swore we can crawl out. Because I've crawled out of a level before. So I think the game just bugged. Alright. I am willing to try that again. Maybe. But I gotta put a different rig on. Probably a healing rig? Because I have that fully upgraded. Shabby, up to you. Because we were way too close.
Now I know why society had no use for you.
That is such a shame. I wanted to, like, crawl out and then crawl back in, but Cole was, like, right there. So, I was gonna get stabbed no matter what. I did get my tasks done for these, though, with my x-rays. Perfecto, perfecto. Enjoy your Lucky Turkey Irish Queen. Never played any of these games. This game is super fun, though. It's super fun. What is this? Rebirth tokens. I think that was my last. No, you're totally fine, Shabby. Shabby, I'm totally down. I'm totally down for that. Oh my god, it's already almost 1 a.m. Jesus. That was super fun, though. You're a super fun streamer? You don't have to lie to me. It is a super fun game, though. It truly is. It's not usually, like, that intense. I mean, I think some parts of, or some different levels, or some parts are. But that one was, like, a particularly tense time. Because that was just, I've never played that level before, or that difficulty before. And holy shiitake mushrooms. I really want to do it again, though. Ew, triple! You know what, sweetie? I just saw it, too. CP boy, he's so cute! Oh my god, I love him. That was intense. Oh, a full squad would be great. Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be a lot easier with 4 people. Oh my god. Especially with different rigs too. Yeah, I think the next time if we try that again, I'm definitely gonna bring the healing rig. I was useless with that. The X-ray. But I did get the challenges I needed. Also, Shabby, thank you so much for playing. I missed playing Outlast Trials. Next stream is gonna be Friday, where I'm gonna be finishing my Hobbit walking challenge live on stream with you guys. My I have to do all my my calculations and see how many miles I've done, because I think I've done more than 950 miles, but I gotta figure out where I'm at. Oh my god, like we just a bunch of gift subs from last month just dropped off. That's so funny. I'm gonna have to fix the sub goal. Oh my god, that's way too funny. I love that. Are you ending? I think so. I gotta go this time for sure. Have a good night, Shinobi. Shinobi, thank you so much for stopping by. Everybody say good night, Shinobi. W stream. Oh, thanks, yeah. That's you guys. I'm glad I didn't cancel. I'm very glad I didn't cancel. Yeah, next stream is gonna be Friday. I'll be on my walking pad. Maybe some Cult of the Lamb. Maybe. I don't know what else. Just whatever I feel like I can play while I'm on my walking pad. Yeah. No, Shabby, thank you. I'll be there for sure. Thanks, guys. Let's find someone to raid. Speaking of raids, thank you guys so much for all the raids today. All the follows, the lurkies, the turkeys, the subbies, the wubbies, the titties, the bitties. I'm killing loneliness, killing loneliness. Oh, I'm killing loneliness with you. Loneliness. Oh, do you guys want to watch someone who's playing Pokemon? The new Pokemon? I'm killing loneliness. Good night, Jesus. Also, big heck and shout out to my mods for everything they do in stream and off stream. Huge, hot, tall, talented, handsome moderators. Thank you guys so much. We're gonna raid over to Divatopia. Divatopia is currently playing Pokemon Pokopia, and which is the newest Pokemon game that just came out, like what, 2 hours ago, right? For North America. So we're gonna send the love over her and watch some Pokemon games. What do you guys think? Everyone go give lots of love to Divatopia. Go give lots of love to yourselves. And shout out to everyone who watched my new YouTube video. Obviously, don't watch the new YouTube video if you guys want to avoid any Resident Evil spoilers. It's only part 1, so it's only from day 1 of us playing Resident Evil Requiem. I still have to finish editing part 2 and part 3. But yeah, it's the Animal Crossing Pokemon game. I don't know. Well, you'll see in a second. It's interesting. I haven't really seen any gameplay of it except for like the intro like announcement video, so this will be my first time seeing it. I'm very excited. But I hope you guys have the best night ever. Enjoy the rest of your night today, your day on Thursday, and I will see you guys on Friday. I'm very excited for Friday. Friday's gonna be a big celebration stream. So again, thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you guys so much for spending all of your very valuable time with me from the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. I appreciate you guys so much. Have the best night ever, and I'll see you guys on Friday. Bye bye.